price to play is getting bigger. The pressure is getting stronger. And the final tables are getting even more star-studded. Alex Foxen, David Coleman, Darren Elias, the chip leader, Sean Winter. The big guns are coming out firing. And with that, we welcome you back to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the US Poker Open and its final table coverage of event number 6, a record-setting turnout for a $15K inside the PokerGO Studio at ARIA Resort Casino. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks, this star-studded final table taking place under the watchful eye of the Golden Eagle. And Brent, Matthew Wantman is staring right back at it.
No matter what happens here today, Bucky, Matthew Wantman, will be the leader of the US Poker Open Series, his 3rd final table.
Taking a look at the series standings, Brent said it, Wantman will jump Eric Blair and Ifu Ha. Kuruse and Rosito rounding out the top 5. Those numbers change a little bit depending on the winner of today's event. A look at the chip leader, Sean Winter. Brent, we've seen him come in late and make magic happen at this series before.
Just what he does. Winter has arrived, and he also has a healthy chip lead.
Yeah, look at that, and look at this final table. Absolutely stacked, the leaderboard presented by Global Poker. Winter leading the way. Brandon Wilson, Martin Zamani, the 2023 US Poker Open champion, is in here. Bucky, David Coleman, Alex Foxen, and a very short stack, Darren Elias, rounding out this final table. Look at the payouts presented by Octopi. Final 7 guaranteed almost $60,000, about a $15K pay jump to kick things off. And up top, more than $382,000, along with 306 points in the race for the Golden Eagle. 25K, 50K, with a 50K big blind ante. And here we go.
Table talk.
This will be the chattiest final table we've had, guaranteed. A welcome sight.
Here comes Bucky.
115, look at that, 115. Thank you.
Wow. No 3-bet consideration, just out with King Queen, and that is all because Big Brisket, Darren Elias, is extremely short. These players are going to wait him out. Except for maybe this guy, Sean Winter. He can be the sheriff if he wants to be and really bully this table around with that chip lead.
Folds around to Brandon Wilson in the big blind with the King-6 suited.
The expectation is that when Bucky opens this pot 7-handed under the gun +1, that
450.
he should be pretty tight. Brandon Wilson does not care. Puts in an extremely aggressive 3-bet out of the big blind, and this is going to send shivers down Bucky's spine.
With so many extra dynamics at play that you mentioned. That is fantastic.
This kid, man, Mr. Wilson, he is fantastic. Keep your eyes on Brandon Wilson. Absolute rising superstar.
Has really shot onto the scene over the last couple years. Back-to-back titles at PGT Last Chance Series at the beginning of this year. As we take a look at the chip denominations presented by Splash Sports. The blues are 5Ks, purples 25,000.
Big chips in front of the booth.
Yellow bumblebees 100K apiece.
Yeah. You're the only person I can't see.
I have 3,510,000.
I don't like to trust people's word, you know?
Listen, Alex Foxen tells you to do something. You probably
grown up.
Probably should do it.
He's never believed a word I said.
You're a huge
Since
troll.
I met him.
I don't blame him. Huge troll.
Zamani the 10-8 off, and you just never know with one Martin Zamani.
25.
Elias, the Jack-6 suited.
I was up till 4 watching the stream.
Gonna be thrilled to be ahead.
I was tired last time. Worked out.
I think we just have to get it in.
Yeah.
Right?
Has 110K behind. It'd be 75 more to call. So
Is he thinking about
Instead of
maybe
leaving.
just calling and leaving a little
It's just
bit behind? Now, there it
35K
is.
behind.
Yeah.
Elias all in at risk.
Some
About a
solid hands.
60-40 favor. Yeah, some good ones.
Zamani.
You called like you knew you had the winner or something.
10-8.
10-8, not
not
going to
right
be
there.
the
I
winner
don't know
here.
what your reason
As
was.
Elias
You need the-
flops a
Look at
flush.
that.
Oh, you don't
8-8.
even have outs.
8-8.
Wow.
Backdoor
Eight,
full
8,
house. Or quads. It's the only chance.
The Brisket's
for
taking
Zamani.
some nasty ones, but this would
Okay,
be
there we go. It's
horrific.
clean.
Yeah, clean.
160.
Just like that.
Ace king personally when you've called.
Elias up to about 8 bigs.
You called.
Elias has a USPO title to his name, won the 15K in 2023. That being the year that Zamani won it.
What's your
You're
nickname?
out here doing Lord's work, Martin.
What's your nickname, Darren? The Brisket or Big Brisket?
There it is.
You don't like it? What's
No,
yours?
no comment from the BetMGM Poker Ambassador.
What's the problem with
Different
Big
amongst
Brisket?
Different people, I'm sure.
Just showered Winter on commenting.
That first one was a crazy pitch. You see that? Right?
Threading the needles.
Yeah.
Thought I had two.
I'll leave it up to the chat. I mean, is there anything wrong with the nickname Big Brisket?
So we welcome you all in, checking us out on YouTube.
110.
Foxen opens here with the ace-6 suited. Bucky finds 2 queens in the
Coles?
big blind.
Sure.
360.
White Ivy.
365.
Vanilla Ivy. That's what they called me at Jackson.
Bumps it up to 365,000.
I used to know what people had, man.
You still do.
No, like I used to be really good.
Man, we have seen it so often, too. The light 3-bets out of the big blind,
Sure is.
such as what Brandon Wilson did on hand number 1. But here it's the goods. And Foxen could be thinking that Wantman is up to no good.
Let's find the full.
I don't know how I talked myself out of jamming there.
Not what Bucky wanted to hear. Wantman, one of now 11 players with 2 or more U.S. Poker Open titles. Won a 10K this year and a 10K last year. Out of Massachusetts. We look at his battle board presented by
Who'd you have?
GPI-THM.
Pocket.
Pocket good.
You have ace?
Suit.
Ooh.
105.
Some creative chip stacking for this man, Brandon Wilson. Coleman, the 8-4 student. Coleman and Winter sat by each other for much of day one. Some fun banter if you heard the two on Circus with Donnie Peters and later in the night with Jeremy Becker.
How was that with Becker on the mic?
It was great.
Yeah,
man,
was
his
he R-rated?
strategic insight into the game is really spot on.
Yeah, deep thinker.
Now.
370.
I think my favorite was when Kerry open cutoff. Chidwick had 20 bigs on the button and jammed ace queen. And Becker says, wow, I'm surprised here that he would jam. And Donnie was like, well, what are you supposed to do?
I didn't look at my hand yet.
I know, just look that way.
Okay, yeah, I
no,
mean,
Full card. You?
towards the end of the night, playing down towards the final in the money,
I think this was with
Trust
like
me, if
30
I see your
left
cards,
and
I tell you.
17 cashing.
right? And he was thinking that maybe ace queen was just a 3-bet or a call,
I don't know. Maybe
trying to induce.
he mentioned that it was a couple times that it was short-handed at the table.
When they were 7-handed?
They were like 6-handed.
All right. Well,
But I did love the commentary overall. Becker's hilarious.
I tried to stay awake and I just couldn't. I
It's hard for
nodded
us
off.
working these long days.
I'm too old to make it past 9
Yeah, it's
o'clock
tough.
at night. It's pathetic. Lucky if I make it to 9 o'clock in the morning.
Winter will pounce here and Winter will win here. Sean Winter, 2022 U.S. Poker Open Series champion. 4 USPO tournament titles, trailing only Stephen Chidwick and David Peters. Each of them have 5. It's now 16 cashes at the USPO for Sean Winter.
Absolute superstar, Sean Winter. Did I tell you that he and I are going to play a little golf?
No, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
we're going to get out there and swing it.
There we go. It's Alex Foxen's 16th cash at the USPO as well. Those two tied for 4th, trailing Chidwick. Kerry Katz, who cashed in this tournament. It's Katz's 19th cash. Peters
Chidwick
has
still at
17.
22.
22.
The Mallard milestone.
Deuce, deuce. Zamani squeezing the ace-king suited.
Players, we signed up for the outside and table draw. Please bring your receipt over to Alan here. You go get prices in less than 5 minutes.
Peter in the YouTube chat, what a stacked final table today. Absolutely. Cream has risen to the top.
$485.
Hit 480.
Again, by the way, another 3-bet out of the big blind, this time with the goods. The only guy that 3-bet light thus far was this man, Brandon Wilson. I'm telling you right now, they are thinking nasty, dirty things.
In every spot.
Wilson knowing he's capable of it himself, thinking Zamani clearly could be.
This is what makes a guy like Zamani so dangerous, is you never know what he could have in a spot like this. Cool shot within the shades. You see the fold. by Wilson. Good fold at that.
10-8 twice already.
Zamani's first cash this year, his 8th career U.S. Poker Open cash, as we look at his bio board. Brought to you by GPI THM. Live tournament earnings of more than $6.4 million.
So
Brendan
animated,
really
this
did
guy.
retire. He's being serious this time.
He's in a foggy
looking
state
for
of
the
mind,
mama.
I believe,
What's
right
that?
now. You know, he's zenned up.
Zenda. Got it.
Medicinal
Yeah, of course.
purposes, yes.
10 seconds.
Raise.
Right, 100.
Both with the ace-10 on. And Foxen about to look down at a good one in
Wow.
the form of the ace-queen suited.
What a spot for Foxen.
Off a little more than 20 bigs.
Back-to-back hands where Wilson is opened and Zamani flatting out of the small blind. He does not care. He says, you know what?
Yeah.
I've got a little more than 20 bigs. I'm just all in with ace-queen suited.
All right, players, if you signed up or checking with Candace, come on over, please.
This one's kind of fucked up.
Zamani. I think something's up here.
I think Foxen could do this
Still
with
fold like
worse.
ace-jack now. I peel and I'm fucking-
Darren Elias, a very interested observer here with just 7 bigs. So get the chips in. Let me ladder up, perhaps.
What did we say it was? 1,075,000?
Wow. Somebody just is not giving
An
him credit.
ace-jack I would pay for sure, right? Ace.
He says it's borderline for him.
Becky, back to back.
Foxen's begging for a call.
Absolutely.
He knows he's got the best hand.
Zamani has burned through a couple time
Keeping
extensions.
composure very well this time. As opposed to usually just laughing it up. He must really be bluffing.
Well, almost trying to talk himself into it. Tortured by this decision here. But we usually don't see many time extensions used pre-flop at these final tables.
1,085,000.
1,085,000.
Ask for the count again for the 4th time.
I feel like I'm being a really big chicken if I don't put it in. Maybe this is just like that. Gonna have king, queen, king, jack a lot, right? Surely, again.
Is he with
especially
Elias
against
so
me fucking
short?
flatting my dumbass. I don't know what to do. All right. Whatever.
Another time
Whoa,
extension.
there isn't that many
I
left.
don't even know if I want to 50-50 it though. I don't
He's-
know what side I want it to go.
I think he's doing a flip with his cards.
Okay.
If he looks at the high card, he'll call, a low card, and fold. That's the impression I'm getting at the moment.
If it's the ace of hearts, I'm gonna call. Oh, I don't want. No.
Does let it go
Please don't.
eventually.
I gotta see. No, one more.
Yeah,
one
show
more.
him the queen.
Oh my
Show
God.
him the queen.
Martin's gonna grab it.
Oh, gonna torture him some more.
Doug Polk over here. A lot of discipline
Zamani
not
is
to
sick.
randomize there.
Max entertainment with that man, Martin Zamani. Elias just down to business. Came in with 4 bigs to spun it up so far. Brandon Wilson also ready to go. Alex Foxen making his first final table of the series. Mr. Coleman in the mix. Bucky taking the lead in the overall series standings after today. And here is one Martin Zamani.
Yeah.
Is there a microphone on this? Marijuana, frog poison, Taco Bell. That's the ticket.
Oh my goodness.
Martin Zamani, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
How much is it?
Good job. 370 total.
Ace queen.
Wow.
52.
We got to get that thing clipped up and sent out
absolutely.
immediately.
Thought you were for sure.
Joseph, my guy, if you're watching,
so.
please clip and rip that.
Ace nine of hearts. Oh, what a chip.
That's what I thought.
Look at Darren Elias' battle board presented by GPI-THM.
How tight do you think he is?
One of the best to ever do it on the World Poker Tour. Has 3 PGT titles, including 1 US Poker Open title from 2023. BetMGM Poker Ambassador, the second catch this year.
That was a good fry. Yeah, like don't torch it.
So you play good for at least 20 more minutes. Or actually, I think it's a long delay, so maybe you'd play okay for an hour.
It's not like I'm looking, someone would have to say something.
They probably will.
10.
Most people don't
They're
show
going
queen
to.
7 of spades there.
Players, I'm going to give you the warning 2 times today. Tomorrow's championship event starts at 1. It is not a noon start. Tomorrow's 25K championship starts at 1.
375.
Zamani with the 8-6 suited.
Starting blinds are 500 and 1,000, 1,080.
It's the voice of tournament director Paul Campbell kicking off event number 7.
Such a pretty hand for Elias, but given the action, it shrivels right up.
And he does let it go. Coleman's time to deliberate free. Let's go.
I promise you, if Elias was not in the thick of things right now,
I actually had the 10-8
7 bigs,
Yeah.
we'd be seeing a lot more 4-bets with these hands.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
Coleman
These guys
would have
are
ripped
ready
it
to
through.
go, right.
Yeah. We're all just trying to get that one money jump, and then having a guy so short,
No.
He snap raised.
light money
you
on
out
fire
already?
whenever you get snapped
Oh,
off.
okay.
Winter and Zamani right next to each other here at the table and on that
was
list
a
of
good
series
use.
champions. By the way, Aram
I thought I made
Zobi,
a good decision after using
our
it.
defending champ, finished in 8th
I
place
always
in
knew
this
someone get it
event.
wrong. I didn't even 50-50.
He and Sean Winter played a massive pot
Bro.
towards the end of day one,
If you
or
did
Winter ended up
50-50, you
calling on the river with
100%
just
would've-
ace high,
would've
and it
called.
was
Yeah.
good.
It was going to land call for
Just
sure.
if it's the ace of hearts 3 times in a row, I'm calling.
David Coleman
Oh, yeah, I
called it
would've
one of the
gotten
best calls
confused
he's
with,
ever
I don't
seen
know,
in the studio.
3 times.
$125.
10 seconds.
Elias, the Jack 10 suited.
It really doesn't have much fold equity at all. But imagine Zamani would happily call all in if Elias does shove with Jack 10 suited.
About 8 bigs to start the hand.
Is this hand good enough for Elias? Oh, you hate to fold it. Looks like he wants to fold it. I feel bad for him. Come on, big brisket.
10 seconds.
Oh. It hurts.
Let's let it go. That'll be a fun one to look at on Octopi.
Yeah, you like looking at those pre-flop
Love it.
spots for 7 bigs?
Love it. 8, almost.
Yeah.
But 7 also I enjoy.
I'd rather watch a Zamani highlight reel.
Well, same.
You won this last, or no, the year before? You won the last 2 events or something? For the main?
I won the main. The
That's it?
50K. I got like 3rd in PLO or something.
Oh, they had a PLO back then?
Yeah.
Zamani had 4 cashes in 2023.
Yeah, I forgot this event used to have PLO, and before that had mixed games.
Yeah,
10 seconds.
I think it's better this way.
Me too, Alex. Me too.
Like the PLO series.
Too bad for the ecosystem. You and
125.
Jesse taking all that money out of the prize pool. Stick it to keep it no limit. There's other tours where you can go on around in no limit and be fine.
That's a bad one too, though.
This one's not the best. You play your cards correctly. 100K main event, 250K. Chip leader coaching, baby.
.com.
.net.
Yeah, .net right now.
.org middle ground.
Yeah, .org seems more reasonable. .io.
The Ren Lin thing, he says when you're playing well, it's
You and Negrano are so smart.
chipleadercoaching.com,
Just
but
win.
when you
You're doing
aren't,
the right
it's
thing.
.net.
Is .net a cheaper
I guess.
URL address that you
I
can?
think so.
What about .ai?
Should have won that
Well,
5
That
that might
sounds
be
really
super
sharp, right?
yeah.
Oh, 5K.
at the end of the PLO series.
Oh yeah. Wasn't it
know.
like 62K to second and 497,000 to first?
No, it was 42K to second. And 526 to first.
Coleman limps in with 6s, Winter checks the King 10 suit. They were talking about the PGT PLO series, massive side bet, 50K a person. Alex Foxen needed to win the last event to knock Jesse Lonis off the top of the series standings and got the heads up.
Yeah, damn near did it. All the participants are just sick, by the way, because Lonis can't lose unless Foxen wins
Right.
that. They're just paying out no
They're
matter
dead.
what.
Yeah.
There's nothing they could do.
What a sweat for both Lonis and Foxen. Coleman counterfeited here on the turn.
Coleman has not had a particularly enjoyable start to this final table, being forced to fold in 3 hands that I can recall, and now here. But undeterred, gonna try and find a way.
Speaking of undeterred, Winter calls quickly with king high. River ace, so we would be headed for a chop. But that's if we get to showdown. Coleman fires once more, 165,000.
Makes it look like a lot of value, doesn't he? You talked about Winter's hand reading ability. Look at him go.
That is sick.
He is unbelievable.
That is sick. He makes it 425,000. One of the most crafty, creative players that we see inside the PokerGO Studio.
Now what, DC?
Sean Winter putting on a show early. He just shows up, makes the final table, as chip leader, and does things just like that.
I would have won the fucking flip too. Huh?
Wow, you see, he just knew it.
Well, they would have chopped, but yeah.
Should have raised pre.
Sean Winter, 59. PGT final tables, trailing Osmus Chidwick and that man right there, Alex Foxen, who has 68.
Worried about you having kings, you know.
The poker, folks, it is good today.
Wait, I'm out of the field.
Oh man.
Dude, I don't care what everyone says you're bad. I think you're good. I'm gonna fold. You're tough.
2 hands. All right, 2 hands till this level's complete, gentlemen. Remember, I'm going to give you.
I don't know if anyone says that.
Restroom, whatever. Please don't go far. We want to get cards right back in there. That way, this breaks up this 2-hour block.
I just saw yesterday when I mucked you on the river, Foxen, my cards didn't get shown.
In the reader either?
Yeah, I've seen that.
I had 10-8 though.
That's hilarious.
I was like, okay, this looks bad when it doesn't get shown. You saw that? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
How much do you have?
Winter ace jack
Can't see your
suited.
chips.
A little over 1.3, or a little under 1.3 now. 126.
10 seconds.
100.
Queen for Foxen in the big. Off of about 25 big blinds. Elias still the super short stack.
All in.
Foxen
Wow.
does jam.
Winter's got a really
1, 2,
tough
6.
one. Ace-Jack suited, this can just be the best hand. Clearly, as we can see, it is. One of those fake coin flips does call.
And here we go with almost 2.6 million in the middle. Elias becomes a very interested observer once more. Looking for that 15K pay jump. Foxen behind here, but not too far behind. What a crucial spot this is. King, Jack 4 with 1 diamond.
Chance to get my EV back, Matthew.
Foxen becomes the favorite, about a 3-to-1 favorite at that. Even greater favorite here as the 6 rolls off on the turn. An ace or a jack would eliminate Foxen. But the river is the 3. And Foxen becomes effectively tied with
Darren.
Winter for the chip lead.
1, 2, 6. Oh.
Took some stones to make that shove with King Queen off. Considering Darren Elias is so short at this final table, and that courage gets rewarded. A full and a huge double up
You would have won anyway.
for the tank, Alex Foxen.
A round of applause from Sean Winter.
Tournament's over.
It's all over now. That guy has a piece of you and watching? Or he's just a big supporter?
He's just a big fan.
He doesn't have a piece.
Just big supporter.
Yeah.
Who's the supporter?
I think that it sounded
Nice,
like
huh?
Francis
The
Anderson
pom-poms
in
are
the
out in
background.
full force.
That's out of the 7.
That was nice.
Coleman deuces, had to fold.
I have
like-
1-8 to start.
Thanks.
Hmm? 75.
Foxen will put some pressure on Wilson here. Wilson with the king 10. Nine, 9-3. Foxen flicks in the 100K chip.
That patented stare down by Foxen as well, just eyeing Wilson up and down. You ever played a pot against Alex Foxen, Jeff?
I have.
Yeah, live?
Yes.
Was it the scariest moment of your life?
Probably top 3 or 4, yeah. Wilson turns a 10. I say that, but I can't think of 2 or 3 other spots that I've been more afraid. Of course, against him in the pot we played, I had the nuts, so that eased the scariness a little bit.
Stare
But I
right
was still
back at him
scared. No,
'cause
hell
you
no.
had the
Are you
nuts?
serious?
Yeah.
Absolutely
Just
not.
look straight down.
What kind of question is that?
Did you
Yeah,
even say a word after the hand?
was
or-
crying.
Yeah, I believe it.
I think I jammed river And he said something like, wow, if you bet small, it's going to shove. I'm like, cool, I'll just go, you know.
You'll go
Not myself.
think about it?
Yeah, think about it.
Yeah.
And look at what we have here.
What do we have here?
12.
I'll tell you after this.
Go.
We'll be right back, like right in. Yeah, there we go.
No big one.
Welcome back to the 2025 U.S. Poker Open.
More to the sausage.
7 players remain at the final table of event number 6. 30K, 60K, 60K big blind ante. Brent, 98 entries for this event, creating a prize pool of almost $1.5 million, a record-setting 15K turnout.
That's a record. Wow. Well, do you know? Have any idea, looking at the stats department, what second best was?
It was 87.
Wow. All right.
10 seconds.
Pretty tight at the top here. Wilson, Foxen, Zamani, Winter. All over 2 million.
160.
160.
Winter sizing up a little bit with the short stack. Elias in the big blind. And Zamani
470.
makes it 470K with the King 7 suited. I mean, you said it earlier, these guys just can't wait to get after it. Elias, good spot to look down at 2 queens.
2 honeys and a dream. Only in Vegas.
Oh, yeah, action on Winter.
3-minute break. You have 300 exactly?
Intriguing spot.
310.
310. A little bit more.
Yeah, 310.
Winter will call. So Elias will be eligible for about $1 million of this 1.4 million that's in the middle.
Do you have enough blue? Yeah.
It's Zamani versus Winter for the rest of it.
That was just part of the small one. Yeah.
Yeah.
King 4-2 Zamani.
Okay.
A
Gets there
nightmare
against both of
flop. A nightmare flop for Elias. If Winter had just ripped it all in pre,
Yeah.
he forces Zamani out, and then queens are clearly in fantastic shape. However, as played, how does Zamani do it?
As played, it will most likely lead to Elias's elimination.
Zamani might be able to win even more chips, too, having checked back the king on the flop, and now another king hits the turn.
There's a bit of a side pot to play for.
350.
And Winter not falling for that. Just the reach did it, and Elias will see the bad news. 2 outs in the deck for Darren Elias to avoid becoming our 7th place finisher.
Jacks. I would have shoved
Could have
it.
won this side.
Darren didn't call.
Another king.
Do like a
Quad kings spell the end for the BetMGM Poker Ambassador. Darren Elias out in 7th
Heart, you lost.
for a little bit less than $60,000.
It seemed as though he was destined for 7th place at Elias, but that is a filthy way to go out.
I'm big.
Yeah,
Great
single
sweat
big.
late. But it's Martin Zamani's King 7 suited, which finds a way to win. And it gives him the chip lead as we look at this leaderboard presented by Global Poker. Zamani over 3 million, Winter falling to third, Foxen in between the two. Wilson, Wantman, Coleman rounding out what is most certainly a star-studded final table at event number 6 of the 2025 US Poker Open. And with that chip lead,
2, 1,
and that man,
something.
who knows what's in store?
Well, a lot of Taco Bell after the show. I know that much. The recipe
Dusting
for
it, man.
success, Martin Zamani
Straight
on the
up
walk-in,
dusting
he
it.
said marijuana,
Yep.
frog poison,
Yep.
and Taco Bell.
Yep,
That's
yep,
how he's
yep.
going to take down today's tournament. And I think he means it.
Winter with 9s. Foxen calling with the ace-8 suited, and it's Wilson on the button with 2 7s.
Foxen can absolutely be flatting heavier hands. He can have the 8s, 9s, as though we see Winter has those 10s, right? They don't all have to be 3-bets. He's going to mix in a lot of strength with those flats, and Wilson, a nice opportunity to just flick in a call on the button.
And see a flop of 5-5 deuce. The overpairs held by Winter and Wilson. A couple backdoor draws make themselves available to Foxen. Winter leads small 150K.
Wow, what a flat by Foxen. He seems to be clearly not giving up on the ace-8 of hearts, but also remember that range, the types of hands he can have can include a lot of these middling pairs. This puts Wilson in a pretty bad spot with those 2 7s. You start to wonder, okay, I must not have the best hand right now.
He calls. And he turns a full house.
How did Wilson find that 7 from heaven?
It's checked over to him with 930,000 in the pot.
From the players and dealers, blind draw 1,000, small 15 big, 15, 1,000, 15.
Very curious to see what he does here. It would signify, I think, a great deal of strength. Calling on the flop from the button on that 5-5 deuce board. It almost looks like he could even have a hand like 5-6 suited. Maybe quad 5s.
That's 325,000 here.
Instead, it's 7s full.
We've seen Winter pull off some magical acts here in this studio before, and he does fold the 9s.
Just 2 quick folds. I think his hand looked really strong by flatting button and then betting that turn. Could he do that with bluffs? Perhaps. I really don't know.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, you named the hands. It is a very limited amount of hands that are that strong.
This time.
Huh?
Not this time.
Terrific laydown by Winters.
Not when I get to play a pot against Alex in position.
Only good if you miss playing.
Zamani with fours.
10 seconds.
Not sure he knows what level it is. He's reaching for
Staring into
chips
the
there.
heavens.
Yeah, he's gonna size it up.
It's a 210.
Whoa.
Goes 3.5.
That is unorthodox, to say the least.
Yet Zamani and specifically mixes in these kinds of raises, and Coleman has ace queen in the big.
$940.
Time extension.
940.
Just about all of it.
Raise. Come on.
And we'll play for it all for David
Sailboat.
Coleman. All in and at risk with the ace queen against Zamani's 2 4s. Coleman could get back up to about 2 million. And then it'd be extremely tight throughout this final 6.
You know, last time we played, I was sure you were going to win. Before I even looked, I was sure you were going to bust me. I don't have any feeling this time. What do you have? What are you thinking?
I think I'm gonna win.
Fours,
a lot
are,
of
fours
quick
are hot
folds.
this tournament.
Fours are hot.
There's been a lot of fours on the
You've
board.
seen a 4 before?
I've seen tons of fours.
I think I have 6 outs still in the deck. My vibe.
You're gonna need to make it straight to win.
Well, I could make a straight.
Well, I flopped a straight.
10 of spades.
It's going to be difficult. 10 7 6 on the flop.
You're calling for a card that's already there? Wow.
5 on the turn. The only straight at the end could belong to Zamani. Coleman looking for an ace or a queen.
What odds you give me?
But the river is a king.
Good luck.
And that does it
Good run.
Hey,
for Mr. Coleman.
save it for when I get 12.
I don't know if you want a pot. That was frustrating for DC, this final table.
That's why you raise bigger.
Takes the needles in stride, though.
Single BB.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
These guys are kind of relentless, aren't they? All of them good friends. They play all these events together, and it's
They go bowling together a
they
lot
know
of them
Coleman
do.
didn't win a hand, and they said, "Oh, good game. You played great."
Little needle out the
Lucky, you're
door, along with
crushing it.
$73,500.
Samani just cackling.
That almost.
I know, because I'm giving it away, man.
Look at the payouts
Every
brought to you
day.
by Octopi. We've reached 6-figure territory for
You guys
fifth.
got king, queen on 5-5, deuce 7.
Top more than 382K.
Got you off.
I was
what,
hoping Foxen
ace,
had a queen.
ace jack or something.
I was hoping Foxen.
I would never fold if I had a queen.
Well, I guess now we just settle in. Everybody's got a pile of chips. Bucky, the short stack, but he's got 25 bigs.
How much do you have?
2,050,000 total.
8 on the turn. The straight arrives for Sean Winter.
Well, an attempt by Foxen with the king 5 suited. King in his hand is clearly quite nice. However, it's the 10 in Sean Winter's hand that I'd much prefer to have.
Winter does make the call. River 5 of clubs.
Decision time for Foxen. Do you think Winter would ever have called turn with one pair or 2 pair? He does just shut it down.
Good check back.
That one would have looked bad if I mucked.
$16 cashes
on the board.
His U.S. Poker Open career, as far as PGT numbers are concerned, is 88. Look at that top 5. Alex Foxen leads the way with 92.
I had it. Not bad, but like this time.
All names I don't think really surprises at all.
Good. You made quads.
I do think Negreanu's number of cashes in comparison to his titles in these majors, that's the one that stands out to me. He hasn't won a lot of USPO events, a lot of Masters events, but he is consistently cashing, right?
Yeah.
We know he won Super High Roller Bowl.
And the PokerGO Cup.
And the Cup. And the Super High Roller Bowl, that one really matters. More money there than any other event.
How much is it? 135.
I guess what I'm getting at is it seems like it's a matter of time before Negreanu starts taking home his fair share of titles when it comes to these majors, as he's continuously making runs.
Check.
Bubbled event 5, went fairly deep in event 6, eliminated prior to the money. Doesn't like the pre-flop all-ins. He'd rather play PLO.
He's snake bit with the all-ins. Feels like you can't win a flip.
How much do you have?
1.655.
Wilson bets, Wilson wins.
No, 1.555.
Well, PokerGO is your home for the best cash games, all streaming in one place. Catch new seasons of High Stakes Poker and No Gamble, No Future, plus fresh episodes of our new series, Cash Flow. Biggest pots, boldest plays, only on PokerGO. Join or upgrade now at PokerGO.com and save $20 on your first year with code USPO25. To your point on Negreanu, lack of wins.
I kind of like Matt.
Just looking at the PGT all-time titles list that his name is on top of.
Yeah,
At
I
11.
understand, and I'm also looking at the same text message he sent to the two of us.
My chips don't go in.
He has 11 PGT titles. I'm speaking towards the majors. Maybe I'm wrong there.
Yeah.
We always are referencing Peters, Winter, Chidwick when it comes to the majors.
130.
I am just saying, I think Negreanu has run very bad in a lot of these majors. That's all. I think Daniel would agree. Daniel, you can chime into our text group and tell me if I'm right or wrong.
2 PokerGO Cup titles, 1 at the Poker Masters and that Super High Roller Bowl win that you mentioned.
And that's it. That's all you found so far, or you're saying that's
Well,
it?
I mean, that's 4.
Is that why you do it? You like to sweat too?
Well, then I guess I was right.
How many people do you think have more than 4 PGT Majors titles in the last 4 years?
I have no, in the last 4 years?
Yeah. Since
So
the
we're
PGT
qualifying it over.
inception.
Okay. 4?
Yeah, I don't know, but
5?
I bet it's in that range.
Wait a minute. Why is Daniel texting us? Is he not playing today's 15K? Event number 7?
That is correct.
Is there any
He's
way
out
they can
once
bring
a
any other
day
person on my left
and
in the world?
tomorrow.
Is it possible? How much do I have to pay? You're tough. And then can we replace the next guy on his left? Shit, what a seat I have. And then that guy, I mean, Bucky, you're in a good seat.
I know. I didn't think I was at first.
10 seconds.
Starting to like it.
I got the 2 most aggressive guys in poker on my left. This is gonna be a tall task. I shouldn't have said anything.
Wilson ace-9 suited.
$200.
Max pressure. Ace-9 suited for Wilson. Not going to allow Wampman's appeal for cheap. Wilson would do this with a variety of hands, not just necessarily as good as ace-9 suited. He'd do that with napkins as well. Cousin Andy in the chat. I've said it since I met him 15 years ago, D-Negs, one of the kindest, most welcoming people in poker. The stuff I've seen him do is above and beyond, plus he makes final tables watchable. It's hard to disagree with any of that.
Completely agree there.
Maybe I'm
across
just
the
salty
board.
that he, you know, we didn't have him in any of our final tables, and we don't do the circus night acts with Johnny and the crew. So we don't get our fair share of Daniel.
A great rant that he threw when he was eliminated, though, about the values of PLO tournaments. Ace-Jack for Winter. Goes big, makes it 300K. Zamani, the smirk, the 7 deuce.
Spicy. Oh my God, I found the fold.
10 seconds.
I didn't think there was any chance I was gonna fold.
Winter thought the same, so he made it 300 with a good one.
You don't see the 5X very often.
Not often.
Just click.
I don't know if he's serious or not, but Winter said it was a misclick.
Maybe.
How much do you have, Alex? I just can't see your big chip.
134.
Okay.
Remember, Foxen told Winter the same earlier. Foxen defense. Flops the open ender.
Texture. All Foxen. How does the young gun Wilson want to proceed?
Check, check, turn king.
Swings in favor now, of course, of Wilson. As far as strong kings are concerned, this smashes him. Does he decide now he may want to attempt to win this pot? Does not. Checks once more. Hello.
River queen.
Foxen absolutely whiffs. I don't think he's particularly in love with the turn and river cards. Hence why he's not betting. He's just shutting it down. No attempted bluff, and will Wilson seek value? Hypothetically, let's pretend Foxen had a 7 this whole way through. Probably would have checked flop, checked turn, and then would have considered river. Hence Wilson's value bet, trying to target one of those smaller pairs.
Quick fold by Foxen. Wilson in second with more than 3 million. Zamani still leads the way. You excited for Mavs Kings tomorrow night?
Yeah, man, I've been looking forward to that one.
Yep.
For
big game.
All season long, really.
Yeah,
First playoff game for the Mavs. Luka's probably fired up.
Yeah, Luka plays for the Lakers.
Yeah. Yeah, but he still supports the Mavs, no?
I do not think he does.
No. Now rooting for him.
I would be surprised. I think he likes the guys on the team.
He's got to like the city.
Loves the city.
Loves the people.
The fans, the people. There are just a couple people he doesn't like.
Mainly just hates the GM.
Yeah. Wilson 2 4s after Zamani opened to 150K with the A7.
Wilson and Zamani, the only two at this final table who have accumulated chips thus far.
6-3 deuce. Wilson with a gut shot to accompany his pair. $225K. Wilson check calls. Turn king. You might have to hang on for dear life against a guy like Zamani.
Zamani plays sort of a long ball style of poker. Sizing is always relatively large.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen him with the down bet.
Just check back here, though, river deuce.
I don't know how often Zamani would check back a king if he had it on the turn. Wilson going for value. Is there a world in which Zamani could think ace high is good?
Absolutely.
Missed diamonds we can absolutely beat, and Zamani doesn't have any diamonds in his hand. This is a really crafty, thin value bet by Mr. Wilson.
Nice laydown by Zamani with the ace high. Nice pickup for Brandon Wilson, who moves oh so close to the chip lead, still held by Zamani. I got good news for y'all. You can still take advantage of Octopi Poker's last chance pricing before the annual subscription prices go up. Head to octopipoker.ai now. It's actually fun to study. It's awesome. Highly encourage it. I mean, look, Steven Chidwick reps the brand. It's got to be great. There it is, Octopi.
And I like the logo.
And even I have cashed some poker tournaments since using Octopi.
Yeah.
Which is a huge endorsement of the
You certainly
product.
have cashed them, Jeff, although it looks like your spreadsheet, oh wow, you're down about 260,000.
Oh, yeah, but still have some cashes.
Good cashes.
Good
yeah.
cashes on the board. Good hand for Wilson. Form of the birds.
Yeah, I don't think you need the solver to tell you how to play this. You might, Jeff. Go small, out of the small blind.
To 300K.
This small size and trying to induce the tank.
Is the door open in Foxen's mind?
480.
Yes, it is, as he makes it 480,000, which is the dream for Wilson.
Really is, and all credit to Wilson sizing. Size matters. It was that smallish 300K 3-bet that opened that door, giving Foxen the mindset that he could power a 4-bet through.
And credit to Foxen, too, starting the hand with about 20 bigs, a little less, and finds the 4-bet not all in.
Now what, Mr. Wilson? Will he continue to further set the trap by just calling? just don't see the 4-bets very often from a guy who had less than 20 bigs to start the hand. Foxen fully capable of it.
Raise.
And he's going to click it back. 660.
$660. You have to put it in, or?
Now committing 660K, just clicking it right back. I suppose a smidgen of illusion still there where Foxen could think that Wilson is light. Now it just looks like we don't have any fold equity.
Right, because it'd be, what, 520K more on top of that to rip it in there.
This is old school, man. The 4-bet, 5-bet pre. You just don't see this very often, and Foxen gets the memo. Can't imagine the frequency to 5-bet there is very high, especially with air.
Yeah.
And now Brandon Wilson
Old school Foxen would have made it 840.
takes the chip lead.
Thought about it.
I mean, you put him, you got him handcuffed once you make it 840.
Now Fox and King Queen. Cut off. Almost 12 bigs.
$450.
Most of it.
450.
Wilson King Jack.
Maybe from the big blind, Wilson would consider it, not with players behind.
That'll get through for Foxen. In his 16th US Poker Open cash. One title, 15K in 2022. Feel like he's probably the best player without a series championship on the PGT.
I'm hard pressed to
Yeah,
think
it's
of
hard.
anyone else.
Players and dealers in today's event, 1,000, 2,000.
Yeah, I can't think. Is there anyone else looking down our leaderboards and our results that would even be in the category? It's not close, right?
Yeah, maybe Kristen, but he's played these events a little bit longer than she has.
10 seconds.
At least with more frequency than she has, I should say.
You pocket seven last time.
You got a 7.
Yeah, I
10
forgot.
seconds.
Okay.
Zamani 125K with air.
No way to victory. I can only No way to victory.
You could fall down.
No.
Probably would have won.
You could have fucking queen jack.
Okay, thanks. Fine, very thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Blinds are up, 40K, 80K, with an 80K big blind ante. Five players remain, all assured at $102,900. A little less than a 30K pay jump from 5th to 4th.
What do you think's the worst hand I'll put it in with?
10-3 off fold. Did I call your hand?
No, deuce 4. 10-3.
Oh, wow. So many good decisions today.
Too bad it wasn't suited.
Too bad for me?
Get to watch an all in.
Wow.
Kobe Bryant.
Two, 4?
Didn't even limp. Look at me.
Whoa.
Seeing your hand, I guess I should have limped. You know, suited, just check.
Yeah. It's a lot of equity to realize.
Realize some equity
Folding
here at the ace
37%.
queen.
37%, getting 6 to 1.
$225K. Queen 10 suited, Foxen on the button. About 10.5 big blinds.
How much you start with, Sean?
To go.
I think 2-3.
Thanks.
Wilson also with the ace-5 off. But in the position as chip leader.
625.
Does try to pounce here, making it 625,000.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Watman waking up with ace-jack off, forced to fold. What an incredible 3-bet in the result by Wilson. He is putting that big stack to use to perfection.
Nicely done by the man out of Chicago. Northwestern grad.
Got to have brains, Jeff, to attend Northwestern. I
That
believe he
is
also
true.
has a broadcasting journalism degree from Northwestern. Maybe he'll be taking your job soon.
Well, yeah, probably. The former journalist and reporter.
I think he'd rather be playing, though, rather
Which
than
is good
talking.
news for me, right?
Yeah.
He's a Hearst Journalism Award winner for reporting. That's impressive.
You know, we had Brandon Wilson in the booth
Yeah, that's
during
right.
night shift. It wasn't you and I, was it?
It was.
Was it you and I?
Yeah.
I could not believe every hand, every spot. He just went about as deep as you can go.
Really did. It was quite
Didn't matter.
impressive.
The pot could be worth like 2.5 bigs, and he was on the 16th page of his thesis.
A change of pace from Jeremy Becker, who was in the booth before.
Polar opposites.
That's great. Winter Ace King.
10 seconds. Raise to 3.
Going pretty big again. And Zamani has ace 10. Which you'll see now.
10 seconds.
All in.
What a spot for Sean Winter.
Beats him in.
And here we go. More than 4 million in the middle.
Good game, Sean.
Think so?
I assume you feel it too.
Foxen feeling it for Zamani.
Because I didn't sleep.
It's all about the feelings for Sean Winter. It's usually on. On point, at least, with those predictions. Hasn't made one yet.
Is he trying to make a deck read?
Would assume. Doesn't look like it's coming. What does come is a queen 5-4 flop. Backdoor straight draws arrive. For now, Zamani looks for a 10. The turn is a king. The door is still open for Zamani. The evil smirk.
More outs.
I think I have 2, but
River
I'll count
card
it.
is the 8.
Is that-
Winter back up to over 4 million in chips.
1.3, 1.7.
2 million.
Zamani falling to third. Still a bit of separation between him and the short stacks, Bucky and Foxen.
All things considered, probably a bit of a cooler in that spot. Yeah. Ace, king, ace, 10, considering Sean Winter's sizing pre.
Good call.
Been a pretty quiet day for Bucky, huh?
Boy, I look.
Really kind of been dealt out.
Yeah.
How much do you have?
760. Or 770, sorry.
$160.
Ace for 160 on an extension.
raise, winter win.
Oh, dear. I pulled up event number 7, live updates, in the next 15K. And the first headline is that Bin Dwan has doubled through Jeremy Becker.
Ah, Becker. Did you get it in good again?
No, no, he did not.
Well, still, run bad continues, right? Was it a cooler?
Kinda. Probably not, though. It was a 3-bet pop pre, and it came King 9-4. Becker had King Queen. The other guy had Ace King.
All right.
You know, I think that's why people fold King Queen off to 3-bets now.
Ah.
Yeah. Pre.
They just keep doing it to him. Setup after setup. Jeremy Becker.
Yeah. He still has 17,000 chips, though.
Oh, okay. Good spin.
PGT.com live reporting if you want to check out what I'm talking about.
And be a little bit careful. Could have some spoilers. As of course, when anybody is eliminated from this final table, they would probably just jump right into event 7.
So I shouldn't announce that Sean Winters the chip leader of event number 7?
No, no, you should not.
890.
Oh. Well, he's not.
Okay, good. Hey, there's one for Bucky. Gets a walk.
Wow. On the board. That was literally the first spot he's won today.
Wow. That's the man who will lead the way in the race for the series championship no matter what happens the rest of the way. He knows more than anybody that some days will just go like this. Or you are indeed, as Brent said, just dealt out for a while. Foxen with the queen jack, not dealt out here. 8 bigs in the cutoff.
415.
In for most of it.
415.
415.
And Bucky with a good one in the form of the ace-king suited. Here we go. Foxen all in and at risk with the queen jack up against that ace king of spades.
Key cards for you guys.
Queen 10.
Each.
King 9 for the club.
Foxen looks to get back up to almost 20 bigs.
Oh, bluff flush.
Club matters.
Bucky looks to increase the amount of points he has in the race for the USPO.
This could be the eagle right here.
Yeah, there's a 24-point difference between 5th and 4th.
Maybe it's too early to say.
Probably a bit early. There is a queen for Foxen. Wampman, the backdoor flush draw, and has the Broadway draw as well.
Spade?
I think 3 of diamonds.
Spade?
Does find the straight on the turn, while Foxen makes 2 pair, leaving himself with a glimmer of hope. Represented by 4 outs in the deck, needing a queen or a jack. And not finding it on the river.
Congrats on the eagle.
That does it for Alex Foxen. His first cash of this series out in 5th for a little bit more than $102,000.
Now I can take today off.
Winter has declared Bucky the series champion.
Can I take today off?
Yeah. Especially if you slept 5 hours.
It's patience and
We're too old to
poise.
be
That's
doing
been
that to our
Bucky's
bodies.
style at
Right.
these final tables. Hasn't been dealt in this entire tournament, then all of a sudden wakes up. Perfect scenario. Was able to hold. And back up to 1.8 million.
Just like that, we're down to 4 as we look at the leaderboard presented by Global Poker. Some disparity between the top 2 and the bottom 2. Wilson and Winner with more than 50 bigs. Zamani, 1 man hovering around that 22, 23, 24 big blind range. Final 4, guaranteed $132,300. 44K pay jump from 4th to 3rd.
Would you have gone 820 with this hand?
175.
Raise to
Queen jack.
175.
When he went 660, you go 820?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Or 840s?
I'm already in that deep, yeah, sure.
Brandon was probably inducing ace jack suited too.
How much
might.
do you have now, Bucky?
I think 1.8. Yeah.
$620.
Zamani making it 620K out of the big blind. That does the trick. Nicely done by the 2023 U.S. Poker Open champion. 4 cashes that year and won the 50K.
I don't even know if he took home his Eagle trophy.
still here?
I think we still have it.
Was that Brock Wilson?
Sounds like Jeremy.
I thought it was
Huh?
Jeremy. I thought it was Jeremy too.
Jeremy who?
Becker.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't expect Osmus to do that.
Pecker probably shouting another complaint.
It's probably that hand we just talked about.
Yeah.
$160.
10 seconds. 160. Raise to 160.
Queen 10 suited for Zamani.
10 seconds.
Calls here and King Jack for our chip leader.
10 seconds.
Is that a call?
Ten, 7, 7. 10 for Zamani.
$180.
Bet 180.
$420.
We raise to 420.
It's 440, right?
Bucky, 3 to the Royal.
Time extended.
Nice size.
Zamani wins another. Obviously, he would be the one to make it
Like
420.
you knew you should have made it 440. But
For the culture.
yeah. You really attacked those sevens. Paired 7 board.
Raise to 160. 10 seconds.
160.
160.
Jack suited for Wilson. Makes the call, and Wandman looks down at a good one in a good spot.
16 bigs, just waking up with ace king in the big blind. Happy birthday.
It's his birthday, huh?
Raise to 1 million.
Well, maybe. But a nice little present nonetheless.
Even if Wantman's eliminated in 4th, he would still be at 93 points ahead of Eric Blair for the lead in the race for the series championship. He has a 6th and a 1st so far this series. Three final tables through 6 events for Wantman.
I take it Big Vegas, Eric Blair did not set the record for 6 consecutive cashes.
Didn't get to 6 in a row. Record remains at 5.
Raise to 160.
Sorry, 3.9.
I have 3.8.
Chip leaders will battle here. Wilson flops a queen.
How much?
150.
Fold.
Bets and wins. Great fold technique displayed by Winter. Look at those cards come down. Some hang time.
He's mastered the fine arts of the helicopter.
Two, 6, 9 total.
275 out of the small blind.
The sizing from Winter in these blind versus blind spots is fascinating. The 2 times he had big hands, he went 4x and 5x, and now with 10-5 suited, a little bit more than 3x.
660.
Zamani, perhaps a combo of noticing that and his actual hand makes it 660 and gets that one through. Some separation now between him and Wantman.
A limp on the button now from Mr. Winter.
10 seconds.
Zamani with ace queen.
420.
Raise to 420.
Ace
Of course.
420,000.
Standard.
Winter makes the call. And flops top pair. $1 million in the middle, as you see in the bottom right corner of your screen.
330.
Bet 330.
Zamani leads for 330,000.
Zamani down bet sizing. Exactly the texture he's in love with. How does Winter want to respond with just a pair of 8s?
$775.
Reaching, raising to 775,000.
25,
Small raise here.
Denial of sorts, right? Trying to deter these overcard type holdings from Zamani from continuing. Perhaps while also inducing. But I'll tell you what, I mean, you're not exactly loving life if Zamani just rips it in, and
Which
he does.
he does. Winter the look back, makes the call pretty quickly, and let's play a massive one.
Wow. 6 outs that are live for Zamani in the deck.
With more than 6.2 million in the middle.
Good hand.
Winter about a 4-1 favorite. Zamani needing some help. Not finding it on the turn. He'll need an ace or a queen on the river. His day is done. And that does indeed do it for Zamani. Winter takes the sizable chip
298.5.
lead. Zamani had that chip leader roll just, what, 20 minutes ago.
Spooky Sean Winter does it again. That hand started by just a limp on the button.
Yeah.
With 9-8 suited, and then resulted in the largest pot of the day. Winter seizes control of this final table, and we're three-handed.
Former series champion loses a massive one too. Up. Former series champion.
I feel like Daniel Negreanu.
Look at the leaderboard brought to you by Global Poker. Has Winter on top with more than 6.6 million. Wilson in a comfortable second place. Wantman the shortest stack. Not too short though. Bucky has 20 bigs. His points total will keep climbing.
Bucky just hanging out, playing ace-king suited whenever it's dealt, and laddering up, guaranteeing himself.
Done it nicely so far.
At least the bronze.
Even the bronze is worth $176,000.
I'll take it.
How much is it?
And 141 points. Which would put him at 459.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, Jeff, head of the stats department. Last year, U.S. Poker Open, what was the total
good question.
that Zamani had when he won? Was it Zamani?
Zobian won
Zobian,
last
excuse me, that Zobian had.
616.
Wow, and what was second?
616. Second was 427.
Okay.
So that's a good way to put this into perspective. That Bucky will have at least 459.
It's
at the end of the day.
Clearly a score that could hold.
Could.
For the win.
Has 2 8s here.
Under 20 bigs versus the chip leader. And he's going to trap. It's good enough. He's hoping that Winter goes nuts.
Winter checks the 4 deuce of diamonds. Set of 8s for Bucky. Fortunately for him, nothing doing for Winter.
Good question from Hoosier Land Craps. Will there be bonus coverage of today's 15K? Or does it depend on this final table? The circus will be back in town.
There we go.
This evening. However, again, I'm getting notes from the crew. We have to have 500 thumbs up, 500 likes. So for all of you
Get
tuning
on
in
it, people.
on our YouTube channel, start clicking that thumbs up. If you get us to level 500, the circus is officially back in town.
Okay.
This is very easy to do, by the way. Just to get to 500.
You just click like, right?
Yeah.
That's it. Doesn't cost you anything.
And I would imagine that means that Becker will be back on the mic this evening because he certainly won't be playing poker.
15K won't be going so well for him.
I mean, at some point after bullet 8-9, you got to cut him
yeah,
off,
that's
right?
true. I think you only get 3 in the 15Ks.
Oh, then he's probably out.
Yeah. Couple hours in, that'll do it. Wilson defense. King 10-4, no clubs.
I'm told that if we get to 1,000 likes, that Eric Seidel has agreed to join us in the booth again today as well.
Fantastic.
So we got to get to 1,000.
Good to chat with him again.
That's a lot of likes, though. That'll be tough to get to.
How about like 750?
Let me try one. I got to work on that.
Sean's too good at it. Makes us all look bad.
Look at the tower in front of
folder.
Sean Winter.
Shit, when you fold every fucking hand, you get good at it.
That was me for the first hour, pal.
Yeah, and you made 150,000.
There you go.
What a beast.
Worked out.
And the eagle.
And the Eagle Winter's going to keep throwing that out there, that it's already over. Winter knows better than anybody that you can come in at the last second and steal this thing, as he won the last 2 events in 2022, which is exactly what he had to do to win that series championship.
10 seconds.
$260.
Ready for 260?
260. The price for Bucky. Folds the 10-8.
Surprising. I thought that might be a defendable one. When you're the short stack,
Right.
around 20 bigs. It's not Bucky's style.
Maybe thinking Wilson needs to play tighter in that spot because he is the shortest stack. But yes, I still would have thought the same. I don't know.
10 seconds.
We've got the Texas Poker Open coming up in Houston at Champions Club. Just a fantastic room, hotel, restaurant, lounge.
That series officially starts tomorrow, right? The $400 100K guarantee?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Last time Bucky was there, he went ahead and bought out the executive suite.
He did. I wonder if he's coming back down. I'll have to talk to him and see if he's Texas bound.
And he's definitely going to buy that suite again, right? I mean, you make 176K at least here.
The Bucky Palace.
The Bucky Palace. Usually the Helmuth room.
The Helmuth will be gone by the time the main event gets here down in Texas.
He's not playing the tournament.
I mean, unless something changes. He's playing 3 days of cash games starting April 21st, 22nd, 23rd. 23rd is the first flight of the main.
Right.
But he's out that night.
The night of the 23rd, we'll have a meetup game starring Brent and me. Helmuth will also
Count
be there.
better than I can, apparently.
Yeah, we're expecting about 12, 13 people to show up for that,
You
Jeff.
have
1850.
3-6. No, Brandon. 3-7.
Nobody
Just
packs a
about
meetup
160.
game quite like you and I, buddy.
Yep, that's right. Gets the people going.
Yeah.
They do appreciate the donation that we
1.7?
inevitably make.
1.85.
I don't think I've won at a meetup game ever.
Not
You?
once. Nope.
10 seconds.
Speaking of which, I'm going to need Helmuth to give me a buy-in for that again.
Did he ever pay you back, or did you ever pay him back for the last one
Of
you got from him?
course. Yes,
You did
of
your
course. Well, it's a charitable donation
Charitable,
to the
okay.
meetup game,
Huh.
yeah.
So you did pay him back, or you didn't? I was confused.
Well,
at the
I
answer.
paid the meetup game back.
Paid the meetup game. Okay.
There's a break in 4. Break after 2 hands. It's how many minutes? 15, you said?
Wilson flops a queen.
$145.
Bet 145.
Bucky bets 145,000.
These are cool spots. Queen 8. Watching how Wilson wants to navigate top pair.
10 seconds.
Bucky only started the hand with about 23 bigs. He does find the check raise.
Wants to put more in now. And we'll pick up the pot. Brandon Wilson has 9 tournament titles to his name, and he just has 1 second place finish.
All he does is win heads
Yeah.
up.
9 and 1s. That's special.
And those aren't exactly rinky-dink dailies
Right, I mean-
either. I mean, you're talking Triton in the PGT where he's been playing, most notably.
Yeah, 5 high roller titles within the last year for Wilson.
My, oh my.
$160.
You gonna play any Triton events this year?
Yeah, probably a few.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get in there.
Yeah. Can't see why I wouldn't.
Right, well. I could see why. Money actually not being the first issue. I think passport would be required.
No, I'm going to fly private.
Gonna fly private, so just gonna get through customs that way.
I fly over top of customs.
Got
yeah,
it.
I
Fly
land
over
right
'em.
on top of the
Yep.
resort.
Just walk right in.
Yep.
The tower that
218?
Winter builds will be diminished a little bit as we'll have to color up some of those chips. But still a fun ride for him. We look at the leaderboard presented by Global Poker. Winter, the chip leader. Wilson in second. Wantman in third. 3-handed play continues at the USPO next.
$3,510,000.
I don't like to trust people's word, you know?
A
Gets there
nightmare
against both of
flop. A nightmare flop for Elias. If Winter had just ripped it all in pre,
Yeah.
he forces Zamani out, and then queens are clearly in fantastic shape. However, as played, how does Zamani do it?
As played, it will most likely lead to Elias's elimination.
Zamani might be able to win even more chips too, having checked back the king on the flop, and now another king hits the turn.
There's a bit of a side pot to play for. And Winter not falling for that. Just the reach did it, and Elias will see the bad news. 2 outs in the deck for Darren Elias to avoid becoming our 7th place finisher.
Facts. I would have shoved
Could've
it.
won the side.
Darren didn't call.
Another king. Quad kings spell the end for the BetMGM Poker Ambassador, Darren Elias out in 7th.
Heart, you lost.
Well, a lot of Taco Bell after the show. I know that much. The recipe for success, Martin Zamani on the walk-in, he said marijuana,
Yep.
frog poison,
Yep.
and Taco Bell.
Yep,
That's
yep,
how he's
yep.
going to take down today's tournament. And I think he means it.
Winter with 9s. Foxen calling with the ace-8 suited, and it's Wilson on the button with 2 7s.
Foxen can absolutely be flatting heavier hands. He can have the 8s, 9s, as though we see Winter as those 10s, right? They don't all have to be 3-bets. He's going to mix in a lot of strength with those flats, and Wilson, a nice opportunity to just flick in a call on the button.
And see a flop of 5-5 deuce. The overpairs held by Winter and Wilson. Couple backdoor draws make themselves available to Foxen. Winter leads small 150K.
Wow, what a flat by Foxen. He seems to be clearly not giving up on the ace-8 of hearts, but also remember that range, the types of hands he can have can include a lot of these middling pairs. This puts Wilson in a pretty bad spot with those 2 sevens. You start to wonder, okay, I must not have the best hand right now.
He calls. And he turns a full house.
Sure.
How did Wilson find that 7 from heaven?
It's checked over to him with 930,000 in the pot.
From the players and viewers, blind draw 1,000, small 15 big, 15, 1,000, 15.
Very curious to see what he does here. It would signify, I think, a great deal of strength. Calling
10 seconds.
on the flop from the button on that 5-5 deuce board. It almost looks like he could even have a hand like 5-6 suited.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, Nevada, back to the ARIA Resort and Casino, back to the PokerGO Studio, and back to the 2025 U.S. Poker Open, where 3 players remain at the final table of event number 6. 2 of us in the broadcast booth, Jeff Platt alongside Bren Hanks. And Bren, what a chip lead for Sean Winter.
I'm not surprised. Winter just comes in and dominates these major series. He's done it before in the U.S. Poker Open, making his presence known when it matters most.
Looking for his 5th career USPO tournament title. That would come with more than $382,000 to see those payouts presented by Octopi. Blinds up 50K, 100K with a 100K big blind ante. Tough test for Winter in the form of both Brandon Wilson and Matthew Wantman, who no matter what happens rest of the way will lead the way in the race for the series championship when it is all said and done today. Has the ace-3 here and is in for just about all of it.
Break down Wantman's USPO for us, Jeff. So far, I'm thinking back to performances that we've seen, final tables, cashes. This is quite strong.
A 6th place finish in event number 3, and he won event 4 for his 2nd career U.S. Poker Open title. Worst case scenario, he finishes in 3rd, and that puts him 128 points ahead of Eric Ware, who would be in 2nd. As we look at the chip denominations presented by Splash, just purples and yellows on the table. Purples 25K, yellow bumblebees 100,000 each.
Any other cashes outside of the final tables for Bucky?
No.
So that's it. Just 3 final
tables. Gotta make them count.
Yeah.
Man.
10 seconds.
3 final tables in 6 events.
It's amazing.
Strong.
What do you have now?
185 to start, so 175.
Isaac Haxton, the closest one to back-to-back final tables. Followed up his 4th place finish yesterday with a 10th place finish in this event. The cash game legends, Stanley Tang and Peter Wang, showed up and made the money. Stanley out in 11th, Peter out in 12th.
I don't know if I've ever seen Peter play a tournament before.
I certainly never have.
Maybe in town for some cash games and then said, oh, this looks fun, I'll hop in.
Then he started playing and was like, nah, I'm out.
Yeah, he had a lot of chips when I fell asleep last night.
Hope Peter plays more and more, that'd be fun for us. Kerry Katz finished in at 9th. It was El Jefe's 19th U.S. Poker Open cash, trails only Stephen Chidwick. Aram Zobian, the defending champion, bubbled our TV final table, finished in 8th. Played a huge pot with winner. Winner called with just ace high. Encourage you to watch that one back. Available on YouTube, where you can find day 1 coverage tonight if, Brent?
We have got to have 500 likes. The thumbs up button right there if you're on our YouTube channel. We need 500. We are very close. If we get to 500, we will have the circus tonight. Day 1 coverage of event number 7. Guaranteed fantastic feature tables. We can select the tables that we want. And if we get to, I did get approval, 750 thumbs up and likes, then Eric Seidel, Jeff will come and sit beside you here in the booth this afternoon.
Be good to chat with Eric once again. And I see on PGT.com in our live reporting, you did bust from the 15K. So
that's right.
Might have a little time coming up if we get to 750 likes.
Day 1 coverage is guaranteed. We did hit the 500, so now the Seidel circulation will continue.
Seidel sweat, how about that?
Why is it hot in the studio?
It's just the sweat at getting to 750.
5.
I'm wearing a hoodie. A little cold in here for me, Jeff. Not very sweaty.
I love it.
Can't help but notice the two of us are wearing a No Gamble, No Future hoodie.
Where can we find one of these?
Different styles.
Yeah. Where can we find both of these?
If only there was a place. Oh, shop.pokergo.com. I
There
think
is
you
a
could
place.
go there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Use the promo code Hanks for, well, nothing, but still go there.
You could try it and see if that works as a promo code. I highly doubt it will. Promo code Mallards, that'll get you, well, nothing, but, you know, you could try. You know what? I should make that a secret promo code. If you use Mallards, you get 22% off.
Yeah, I love it.
Let me talk to the head of our shop. Maybe we can make that a thing.
It should be activated if somebody wins a hand with deuces at one of our live streams. Like, that activates the 22% off sale. Keyword Mallards.
I love how creative that was. I'm submitting the request right now to the head of our store. Bucky, small blind.
1.6.
Committing himself.
Winter, nope.
How many entrants do you think this will have in 2100? USPO 2100.
Probably one
in 75 years. How many is it going to have?
22.
22? That'd be a great sign for the PGT.
I don't think we'll still be on the call for
No, we will
the
be.
USPO.
No, we will be. I just
75 years? That
yeah, I just signed a 76-year contract extension.
350.
What are you in the major leagues? It's like a baseball
It didn't
deal.
account for inflation. I reworked that deal. But hey, I get up to $100 a show by the time we hit the 2090s.
Oh, baby.
What do you got now, Bucky?
1.975 totals.
It's because she's going to be, you think David Chen's still going to be maxing? I mean, he's going to be like the only guy that can play. He's going to be the next Steve Zoll now.
King, queen, 5. Just want to get through. Bucky up to 2 mil.
Well, this has been the hand of the final table thus far. 9-8 of clubs. Sean Winter winning a $6 million+ chip pot for Martin Zamani not so long ago.
Winter defends. And it comes 10-9-7. 9's in the open ender. That open ender, of course, shared between Winter and Wilson.
The hand is unbeatable.
Check, check. As both players turn a straight. Check, check once more. River, deuce of hearts.
$550.
550,000.
Hot size bet of 550K.
knows? Winter deciding if he can ever go for a raise as opposed to just call.
10 seconds.
Let's just call. We shall chop that one up. Remember, you can play the US Poker Open online series at globalpoker.com. It runs now through the 20th. Play turbos, deep stacks, mystery bounties, PKOs, a huge variety of tournaments. Compete for big prizes, a trip to Las Vegas. Play the US Poker Open now at globalpoker.com. Guess who I just saw? Not just in the updates on PGT.com, but outside in our little lounge area, jumping in
You
the tournament.
saw Steven Seagal.
I did not know. No, this person is a poker player.
Alan Kessler.
No, he's slightly better. His name is Jason Kuhn.
That was my
Jason
next
Kuhn,
guess.
The PokerStars ambassador, arrives here at the US Poker Open.
He's kind of good at the game.
I would say so.
He and his buddy Ben Tollerine just entered the building.
There we go. Kings for Wantman, 10s for Wilson. Sneaky check. Wilson check calls, 100K. River ace checks once more.
Yeah, a pair is a pair. Not exactly the biggest pot in the world, but
350.
And does this get paid off? Yes, it does. Nicely done. Matthew Wantman to
great
get closer
value
to Wilson. Absolutely.
Great value. Bucky just grinds it out, man. Maria and I, when we called the show when he won that event when you were on your vacation.
Yeah, one's in a vacation, but go ahead.
His patience
Where
and
do you
poise,
have your other eagle?
That's what delivered him the win.
The one I just won?
No, the big one.
I don't have that one.
Oh, really?
No, never won that. I won the PLO series.
Who won this last year? I thought it was you.
Zobian.
Oh, I knew it was someone that was.
That was what?
Yeah, right. Finish the sentence. Winter checks back and sees the king-king-3 flop. Winter wants to start getting more in now, makes it 275K. That'll end that.
How many people were in this event, you told me? Record setting?
98.
98.
Entries, yeah.
We're at 58 right now with a
okay.
lot of time left to late register, but seems like a stretch that we're going to break that record.
Bioboard presented by GPI THM for winner.
Not a bad 2022 for Sean Winter. Won this U.S. Poker Open Championship as well as the Poker Masters in the purple jacket.
That's
320 behind, I think.
3 what?
320 behind-ish.
3.2?
Yeah, yeah.
Igor Kurganov has just entered event number 7 as well. Maybe we'll
Wow.
get Liv Barry in there.
I did not see that coming. Liv Barry, after making quite the run at the WSOP Super Main Event, WSOP Paradise in the Bahamas, perhaps a bit reinvigorated by the game. Maybe same can be said for Igor. Turn 6, Winter's 10s, still best. Check river jack.
Kind of a similar spot for Brennan Wilson. He's going to be facing another decision and has a pair. Bottom pair at that, but these spots and heads up, you just find yourself paying off your opponent time and time again. It's hard to get away. Nobody's put a chip in the middle until the river.
575.
Oh, wow.
Raising here to 575,000 is Wilson.
Interesting hand to do it with. Maybe just not, rather than just call and looking at a, you know, thin value from Sean Winter, if he had a hand like a 6, and as we can see here, it's a good 10. He's turning his hand into a bluff of sorts.
And is that good 10
9-5 of
too
clubs.
good? Sean Winter.
No. Jack 5 of clubs?
Wilson gets the better hand to go into the muck.
Very nice, Mr. Wilson.
Crafty.
Kid as tough as nails.
Absolutely is. Well, Brian, you said it. This is 15K. Event number 7, off and running at our outer tables. There's Jeremy Becker still in this thing.
All right.
Isaac Caxton is back. Nick Schulman.
He's getting a little noggin rub. Now it's
There we go.
rubbing the lobes. You see that?
Comfortable.
Yeah.
Alex Foxen jumped right in. And there is Eric Blair alongside last year's Player of the Year, Jeremy Osmus, where it currently leads the way. The series standings brought to you by Global Poker. That will change after today.
I think that's why yesterday when he lost to Shannon Shore heads up, he was a little salty. He knew how
Frustrated.
important those points were.
He has 331, and Bucky will end the day with at least 459. So a lot of work to do for the rest of the field to catch Matthew Wantman. Has a pair of 8s here. Wilson limped in pre-flop and Bucky checked. And Bucky Rivers trips.
Fault. Fault. We have Pana. Room 10. Large. Like a large one.
Well, we've hit that stage of the tournament, Jeff. Absolutely riveting. Electric atmosphere.
Three-handed's tough, and we've just had the longest stretches of three-handed play.
The commish
week.
really
Great
fine-tuning that
structures, yeah.
structure. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Great job. The chat's hanging in there, though.
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
They're
Thank
loving
you for being here. Remember to get those likes up, as we would really like to have Seidel drop by within the next 10 minutes before he's back out there to Event number 7.
Gotta
That might
click
be the only
that
time that can
thumbs
work.
up. Little thumb job for everybody. If we get to 750, we're in business.
Well, I'm up to almost 2.6 million. 3 hands, max amount of hands left. Bucky Livingston, the ace-3 suited. Winter, Jack 10. King 5 for all diamonds. Bucky flops the goods.
Just leading right out with it. Winter can't really go anywhere with the 10 of diamonds in his hand. I don't think. He makes some really spooky folds at times. He's not folding, in fact, he's raising.
What a dream for Matthew Wantman. Flop the nuts bet and then get raised. He calls. Turn is the king of hearts.
It does pair the board. Not the best card for Bucky to see, of course. When he's getting raised on that flop. It is a limped pot. Also unclear how Winter is wanting to navigate after Bucky called his raise on the flop. Certainly doesn't love the king himself.
Makes a worse flush on the river.
Seems like a great card for Wantman. How much can we get out of Winter?
Goes 1/3.
Lucky ladies?
Winter again put into a tough position. Swings out a time extension worth an additional 30 seconds to act.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas indeed. Or Happy Hanukkah, perhaps. Bucky wins the pot. The ace-high flush.
Almost folded the flop.
Huh. Wow. Guess it really worked out for me.
Hmm?
Guess it worked out for me.
One event 5
I see why you
last
laughed
year.
at.
One event 4 this year. Did Bucky?
I flopped a flush. Not
Fake,
that.
fake
Not,
flush.
not that
There
big.
it is.
10 high.
Will he also win event number 6? And if he does, he is in complete control as far as the series championship is concerned.
I'm just kidding.
$350.
Last hand at this level?
Last hand for this level is
And then it's 150?
125.
I'll get you on break. Sure. You.
3.2 now.
Yep. 2.5.
Last hand at this
No,
level.
3.15.
Winter Ace Jack.
Is this same next hand? Next
the
level?
last hand of this level.
Trouble for Wilson. Ace-8 off out of the small blind.
350.
350.
And just
Sorry.
clicks it up. I think it was a misclick.
I don't
You
know
heard
if
him
he
say-
saw
Yeah.
Sean Winter open the pot. I think he was intending to raise blind versus blind.
Now what?
Winter just keeps the
Yeah.
worst ace in. I'm not going to put in a 4-bet call. I got position.
Queen 9-3. A little awkward now.
A little oopsie from the young gun.
Checks.
Check.
How many times a week do you think you misclick, Jeff?
12?
Both live and online, yeah.
5 I just announced now. Well, although that was a
They did.
announcement, yeah. Check, check. River 3 headed towards the chop pot. Good time, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Just take.
Wait, what are you
Just take
doing?
that
Oh my-
headset.
Are you kidding? Hold on.
We're a little short of 750 likes, but I'm gonna
Hold on, Eric.
overrule the marketing team's request. Just because we're a little tight on time. Want to get Eric Seidel in here. Eric, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. We got a lot to cover this time,
Jeff,
okay?
yeah.
First off, I know a little bit of a rough tournament so far,
Yeah.
as far as event 7 goes.
Play?
Hard to make hands out there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
It was a misclick.
We'll see what happens.
I don't know
Still
what
get
blinds
back
I had in
and
my head.
Huh?
Try and run it up.
2 events left.
No,
This
that was
is
not
the closing
intentional.
stretch. You got to make a move now, right?
Anything.
Yeah, it was kind of cool.
Just happy to
Yeah.
Like it
Yeah.
made
Oh,
the hand
I'm
cool.
sorry, the blinds
Yeah, I
have gone
guess,
up,
I
Eric.
mean- That's what I thought actually when the flop came. I was like, well, we're here now.
That just has to do it. I'm sorry.
Actually,
I
we should
mistimed this completely.
play a tournament
75K,
like that.
125K.
What's
with a
that?
125K view by Andy. I'm sorry.
Actually, it would be fun.
Eric Seidel, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
There has to be some
for
kind of
taking
percentage
the
of an
time.
angle in there. You
Appreciate that, and I'm sorry that the
Yeah,
timing
not
didn't
Not
work
you,
out.
not-
But
Yeah, no,
I'm
I
saying,
appreciate
like,
your
if
time,
you're-
and
if
we
it's
got to
dark,
move on
then
to the
there can be an
action.
angle.
What the fuck, Jeff?
10 seconds.
Sorry, Eric. Yeah. I don't know.
I guess good thing I didn't make it 850.
Kind of worked out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fucking
that didn't go that well.
mega mastermind.
Are you kidding me?
I was
Learning from Jeremy Osmus. How you win tournaments nowadays.
Unbelievable.
That was rough. Apologies to Eric
Unbelievable.
Seidel, but I'd like to thank him for joining us. Appreciate his time.
No
Not a good
chance
price.
that happens again.
Blinds went up.
You kicked him out because the blinds went up?
It's an important
did he
level. It's the
misclick too or something?
125K level.
He misclicked, didn't raise enough with kings pre,
It's the worst level in the
and
tournament.
it like most
You
likely
kicked him
would've
out?
got
It really
all in with
is,
aces, but then he ended up not getting stacked because the guy just flatted his limp pre-raise.
There it is. We're three-handed for the title.
Came ace high. And then that was with like 30 left, and he ended up winning the tournament like a 25K for like 1.9. And then he had some other tournament where the guy put in like 60% of his stack, king 10 off, and in the bounty tournament, Jeremy like tables aces after he
10 seconds.
At least the chat was able to get a little bit of
Yeah.
Seidel. And
You're welcome,
look
guys.
at Bucky now with ace queen.
What a run it's been.
975.
His 3-bet is to 975,000.
What do you start with?
Oh, almost 3.
Very tough one, three-handed with king queen. For effectively 23 bigs that Matthew Wantman started the hand with. I just have no idea how often he 3-bet folds off of this stack size. We haven't really
Great
seen
fold.
it.
Great fold by winner.
It's very disciplined. Not even a call and just out.
Bucky has to 3.3 million.
Oh, sorry.
Bad news from out in the field as Jeremy Becker gets the chips in and did not win. Once again.
I mean, he's out again.
Yeah, he's out again.
Was that all 3 bullets? Has he emptied the chamber?
Maybe there's one left. Queens versus Chino's aces.
10 seconds.
275.
Becker will not be able to add to his points total at the USPO, which currently stands at 0. Sorry.
Oh my God. You're more ruthless to Becker than you are towards Seidel.
Good time to remind y'all that you can check out Cash Flow, No Gamble, No Future, High Stakes Poker on PokerGO. Use the promo code USPO25 for $20 off your first year of a new annual sub. I mean, the new High Stakes Poker season is just fantastic.
Did you watch
Did
episode
you watch?
12 last night?
Did you watch?
My God.
Unbelievable.
You know, the only thing, by the way, that separates Seidel and Becker,
Yeah.
the only thing, everything. just absolutely everything. I mean, not even close when it comes to poker, but he'll get there.
He will.
Young Bex. You got to take your lumps, you know, right
That's
away.
right.
When you're on the PGT, you don't just come out as a rookie.
That's right.
Start winning.
Got to get beaten up a little bit.
For him, I think in 6-7 years, he'll make a run in one of these. Just calling is Brandon Wilson.
River 7.
Okay.
Bucky's got a very interesting hand with both the Queen of Hearts and the 10 of Diamonds in his hand. You sort of hate having those specific cards. You're hoping your opponent could have had hearts or diamonds. Maybe there's a world in which Queen High could be good. And then when you bluff, you're not all that comfortable having been called on the turn. Are you trying to force out a jack?
800,000.
Goes 800K.
That's what he thinks and hopes that he's targeting is Jack X. He doesn't expect an ace to ever fold. Wilson's got a bit of a fun spot.
10 seconds.
All that being said about the suits in Bucky's hand can sort of be said about Wilson, having no diamonds or hearts in his hand for those combo flush draws that were available.
Has
And
a
could
10.
Wilson, it has a 10 in his hand, could Wilson also have a 9 that he would have played much like this? The flop went check, check. He just check called the turn, and then on the river, if he did have a 9, I would expect a jam, but instead he will pass, stay out of harm's way. Nice bluff by Bucky.
Really nice, and look how close it is among our final three. Woman's now at 4 million. Good time for us to look at the leaderboard. Brought to you by
Let's take a
Global
look.
Poker. Bucky now in second. Winter still the chip lead, but the size of that chip lead has diminished. Brandon Wilson in third.
It's wide open. All three of these guys absolutely can win. I thought Winter was going to maintain that commanding chip lead for a while, but he has leaked. He had it up to about 6.5 million at one point. Wilson and Watman have taken a chunk out of Winter. Also been brought to my attention that this is the first time in history we've had 3 players remaining. Their last name starting with a W, Jeff.
Nice.
How about that?
Nice. That's great. Is that from the stats department?
That's from the stats department.
Nice.
Really top shelf analytics
Great stat.
there.
It's a great
Very
stat.
valuable information.
Kings for Wilson, 8s. The backdoor straight and flush draws for Bucky. Turn deuce of time as there is that flush draw.
Sizable from Wilson, 450. He's going to charge those draws, and Bucky's got a good one.
Bucky calls. River 6 of clubs. Flush draw does not come in. Wilson has the best of it.
Certainly does complicate some things. That 6 on the river fills in some straights. Wilson having a 5 in his hand is somewhat helpful, but rather than bet and potentially get blown off it if Bucky were to turn his hand into a bluff, looks to me like he's in check call mode and just get the showdown and thrilled to pick up this pot. Wonderful stuff by Brandon Wilson.
Will regain second place positioning. Stats department also tells me this is the first time in the history of the USPO that our final 3 are the same first letter of their last name, period. Any letter. Today's letter happens to be W. Meanwhile.
What? I'm struggling to make sense.
Your stat was first time, final 3, first letter of the last name, W.
Yeah.
In fact, it's the first time that the first letter of the last name has just been the same throughout our final 3.
That's simply not true.
How so?
I mean, I've got multiple stats here in analytics suggesting that your stats are wrong.
I just looked through everything.
We'll get the head of the stats department on that. Meanwhile, back to the action, Jeff. Fake news. Oh boy.
Aces for Bucky, but the gulps for Winter and the flush draw.
The limped pot where Bucky just limps in with ace-jack. A very strong holding. Under-repped.
Turn, Queen of Hearts. Winter makes a flush.
Inevitable casualty here. Bucky's hand, I believe, is just way too good to fold on the turn. It's going to come down to the river. Can he find a way out?
450,000. Bucky, of course, not done. River, deuce of diamonds.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate run out, clearly, for Watman. Dream scenario for Winter. This would be a heroic fold if Bucky can find it. Just one pair, this type of board as played, but Winter is so capable of turning a variety of hands into bluffs on the river. The ace-jack is well in front of.
What sizing will we see? Goes for just about all of it.
2.3, I believe, was announced. Over bet, and it's almost all of Watman's chips.
When the deals and your hand is complete, give us a high card. One player is moving off to the table. Please raise your hand when your high card is done so you can come over and move your player. We're still holding that.
Bucky, get away.
Man, this is really tough.
He can get away. Fantastic laydown.
Leaves himself 20 bigs and a fighting chance.
Moves Winter up to more than 5.5 million. Nice laydown. Keep Bucky alive.
You call 750?
Oh.
Please remember to throw that C card out. I'm going to see my players will do.
250. $275.
$2.6.
Sit in there with the ace-10. There's the fold.
Toughest big blind in poker right there. Bucky.
Yeah, right.
Bucky. Nasty. He's nasty from the big one.
Table setting, high card to the button.
What do you got now? Like
Dust.
6 something?
No. I lost every hand. 5.
Okay.
All right, tournament dealers, go ahead and get back in the air, please.
$375.
375.
Puts the clean diaper right in the laundry.
Yep.
Almost going up again, boys.
You seem happy about it. You're such a DJ.
I enjoy the acceleration of the game.
You have way more DJ in you than Brandon and I.
Yeah. Can't deny that.
I probably have more than him, and I don't have much.
For sure.
You're DJing? You don't seem like a DJ.
He was looking for action. the other
Actually,
night
you
on
are a
the greens.
DJ.
Yeah, we had some.
You are a DJ. Actually, now that I think about it.
We had some action.
DJ with what? Just betting in general?
That's what it sounded like, yeah. Blind versus blind, winner to 400K. Wilson, ace 9 in the big. Time bank used for an additional 30 seconds to act. Makes the call, king 8, deuce. 1 club.
You rubbing the lobes over there, Jeff? I see you going to town. Yeah. Headset's hurting you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Part of the job, man. It's tough. Tough work.
Tough job.
Physical labor.
Talk about poker for this long.
$10-7?
That's my birthday hand.
Really?
Yeah.
You ever do any manual labor in your days?
Well, your best guess will probably be right.
Not once, huh? Never held a shovel or dug anything?
I've held a shovel before.
Did you use the shovel?
It's a common practice at Jewish funerals for everybody to take a shovel, and I mean, I won't continue, but don't want to be too morbid. Winner with the jack deuce.
Is this a real thing?
Yeah.
You hold the shovel?
Yeah.
Like you're pretending to bury the dead?
There's no pretending about it. You do.
So you shovel a little dirt in there?
Just a little bit. It's respect.
No, I understand this. I didn't know that was a real thing, a tradition.
All in.
Good for you out there shoveling.
Thank you.
So you've only done any physical labor in your life whenever you've attended a Jewish funeral?
All right.
Yeah, probably.
Now I see why you're in such great shape. You go to a lot of funerals?
Yeah, working the shovels.
All right, now, the PokerGO shop barcode. Do you see that right there where it says save 10%? I'm going to save you 22% because right now,
lower, man,
you're not going to find this or hear this anywhere else.
Okay.
22%. Scan the QR code. If you go to the shop, shop.pokergo.com, you're going to get 22% off.
Oh, my goodness.
Everything. You got to use the code. Ready? Mallards22.
Oh, okay. So you got to put the 22 at the end of Mallards.
22. Use that code. You get 22% off everything in the shop. The only people that know that are the folks right here tuning into this show live with us. And that deal will be active for 22 hours.
Nice. You guys spiked that one.
Mallards 22. There you go. Go shop. Go save a bunch of money. Buy some stuff. It's got to be a holiday or something coming up. Maybe a birthday or maybe a funeral where you can go hold a shovel. And you want to buy people at the funeral some gear. There you have it.
Sorry for your loss. I do have the Snow Gamble No Future hoodie, though, for you.
No.
It's
I wonder if anyone's actually used the code. Has anyone gone into the shop and bought anything yet? In the chat, let us know. Curious.
Winner limps in. Wilson bumps it up to 425K. Winter makes the call.
Let's play a pot.
Queen 6-6. Oh, turn 6, that's great. Headed towards a chop.
You were hoping for a little bit of blood?
A little bit, yeah.
It's because all you're thinking about now are those funerals.
What does that have to do with anything?
Morbid. Scott Fitz in the chat says that he just bought a PokerGO hat, and the
There we
discount
go.
code worked. I knew it would work.
Now
See?
it's 22.
Look at that. $22% off. How about that? I think we're going to extend it for longer than 22 hours. How about until April 22nd? We'll do it. We'll do a full week, and end it on April Mallard Day.
Sweet, love it.
But the only people that'll know about it are tuned into the show right here, right now, and anyone that watches the replay. And maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow on air and on Thursday.
That works.
Yeah.
Blinds do go up 75K, 150K with
Big
a 150K
jump.
big blind ante.
Big jump.
Well, the last one was 125, so it doesn't seem that big.
Yeah, huge jump. It's a great level. You know, level 22, a disgrace of the great deuce. They need to get rid of level 23. Go 75, 125, right to 100, 200.
I think one in an easier solution would be just to take out the 125.
Probably, and then make this the Mallard level.
Yeah, that'd be respectful.
Yeah.
All in.
All in?
Wantman limps in. Winter the ace-10.
Wait for 450.
Winter 450K. King 8 deuce. Check, check, turn queen. Pair for Bucky. Broadway draw for Winter.
All right. Well, let's get to the river.
Yep, they're both fine with that. That river is 3. 525,000. Winter always full of the expressions. Finds the fold, good fold at that. Look at the 2025 PGT leaderboard. It's a leaderboard that has Eric Blair's name on top of it after yesterday's second place showing. Reem, Foxen, Weissman, Showman rounding out the top 5. There's Daniel Negreanu in 6. Lunas Colopy, Pads, Texas Mike fill out the rest of the top 10.
Human.
Sure am.
Huh?
9 tree off. Woke up with it. The wrong it.
Hey, we got some confirmed redemptions for that code.
Nice.
Mallard's 22.
Coming in hot.
Yeah. Wonder what people are buying.
I don't know. Let us know. Winter, the Queen 10 student. Winter says every single
How far do I have
check.
to go?
That's good enough.
I have one.
Want to see?
No, I'm just trying to see your chips.
4-5, now probably a little more.
Okay, similar.
Ooh. 4-8, 7-5.
Is there any way we can bring Zamani back in here?
Thought you wanted him
Fine
gone.
with us.
Yes, please.
You were complaining about you wanted.
I mean, it makes it more fun.
Record-setting 98 entries in a 15K.
Like it's fun to play with like people that are crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
agreed.
10 seconds. Raise to 300.
Winter and Wilson neck and neck for the chip lead. Thank you guys for sticking around, watching the stream.
Who you talking to, me?
Yeah, you, anybody who's watching, really.
I gotta go.
All right.
Raise to 300.
Hard to blame you.
Got about 5 minutes.
Winner just tosses the 7-6. The road to the championship, make the top 40 of the PGT leaderboard and get into that championship, that $1 million free roll. The higher somebody finishes on the leaderboard, the more chips they will start with. You could win a seat to join the top 40. Check out your opportunity, pgt.com/dream-seat. Kings for Wilson, open-ender for Winter.
Set 225.
Winner bets 225K, Wilson calls. Number 6.
For the players and dealers, line draw 25 25-5. This is the double level. We'll be playing these lines for 1 hour. 25-5.
375,000. Wilson will flick in the call and extend his chip lead.
Players, another reminder, tomorrow's 25
To about 6 million is Brandon Wilson.
1 o'clock.
Looking for his first career U.S. Poker Open title and 2 third-place finishes in 2023. It's the first time we saw him in a major series on the BGT. Winter limps in on the button with the Queen-8 suited.
All in.
Wilson, Rip City, 10-9 of diamonds. That'll get through.
Starting to punish now. That big stack to use. Young gun, Mr. Wilson. Are the Cubs good at baseball this year, Jeff?
I don't know.
I like this Cubbies hat, though. I've never seen
It's a cool hat.
The brown
You
version.
just gonna sit there and hope I dust it to him, or what are you doing over there?
Just playing my cards.
Oh man.
Waiting for the cooler, pal.
You already flush over flushed me.
You keep raising and folding, and you ain't doing yourself no good.
That's why I'm limping now.
You got it, pal.
Chino!
Well, okay then.
And there he goes into the night. Chino ring.
Raise to 300.
My baseball insider, producer Aiden,
Yeah.
diehard Cubbies fan, he said they're going to win the National League Central and then lose in the first round of the playoffs.
Okay. Well, let's go Cubbies. Playing the Padres tonight, who are 11-0 at home.
Hang in there, Jeff.
I'm good. $400,000 on the river.
When's the last final table you made you didn't win? Have you in your career?
Yeah, of course.
Me too.
I know, I was there for one of them.
I had 90. I had 18.5 to 1 chip lead.
Yeah. I got lucky.
I must have got impatient or something.
Wait, what? 18.5 to 1 chip lead.
That was crazy. That was like a 3.5x bubble or something, or more.
It was a big one. Tiny field 50K.
Yeah, and Brandon beat Sean heads up. This was in Florida last August. A 50K buy-in, 11 entries. I guess Sean had the massive chip lead, and Wilson got there.
So there were 11 people in the field?
11 entries.
11
maybe
entries.
some rebuys in there.
So like maybe 7 or
Maybe,
8
I don't
total
know.
people?
Turn 4.
What does that change?
Oh, it's a pretty card to see. River King.
Bucky. So that's small pot. hanging around 12 bigs.
It's been hanging around the whole tournament. Now it's
It's
2
2
tens.
Yeah. I like this. Just goes 300. The hand might be just too good to open rip.
Wilson will defend the Jack Deuce suited.
Just enough to keep him interested. Trying to hit a flop.
And does not. Another one for Bucky to get back up to 2.4 million.
I'm tired.
Me too, pal. Join the
Really?
club.
Are you playing? You have to play, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll play for like another 5 hours here. And you can't play.
Feels like
Maybe.
we're going to, right?
I doubt it. If we keep checking down 9 and 8 high, maybe.
True.
True. Winner raising the King 3 suited.
325.
Bucky defense. Jack 6-6, 1 heart, 1 diamond.
You know, I can see why a lot of people compare this to watching like the final Sunday of the Masters.
You really see the comparison there, huh?
Down to the wire, you know, the drama.
Yeah.
See if Rory or Sean Winter can complete the Grand Slam.
This past Masters Sunday was perhaps a little bit more intriguing, but there's some drama here.
200.
That 3 to the straight flush.
Raise for 525.
Bucky's gonna bump it up to 525,000.
Doing everything he can with that short little nub. Taking this spot. See if he can get it through King High. Winter, not
yet.
done.
Not yet, says Mr. Winter. Turn deuce of diamonds, flush draw arrives.
That's what he's looking for, a little backdoor equity. 1.4 million behind Bucky with nearly 2 million in the middle. If he jams, I don't think Winter can call with just King High.
Does check.
I am very surprised with the check. They're picking up that flush draw. Winter just now.
Oh, it's small.
What is going on?
About 10% pot.
This little small bet into this massive pot, trying to say, oh, I've got a monster. I hope you jam. Some pretending.
Bucky tilts the Christian Dior shades down a bit. Get a look at that man.
Just
and we'll
two.
make the call.
Well, this is something else here.
Right for Queen of Spades. Bucky checks. Winner will be
Totally
thrilled
fucked
here.
this hand up.
Oh my
You got
goodness.
Couldn't even read the fucking board.
Oh.
Me neither.
Oh. Maybe he thought it was like deuce of
Brandon's
hearts.
just like, okay, let's let them play. Deal them a king and a 3 and a 8 and a 5 on Jack 6-6.
Snapchat.
Give it to Brandon. He's
I've done it every time, but if you insist, sure. Middle card. Ace.
Yeah, you heard Bucky say it. Just snap checked.
10-minute break after the game. 10-minute break.
Sean, how much
Yeah,
you
I
got
wonder
now?
if he didn't, for whatever reasons,
Huh?
he was the
How
deuce
much?
of
Can you tell me how
diamonds.
much you have, please?
hold on, let me stack.
The only thing that makes sense to me, that was one of
Your
the
chips
most
plus your chips.
tragic
minus the
hands
fold.
I've ever watched unfold.
And it would kind of make sense. We saw the point where you see him lower the shades and look at perhaps again at the board.
Right. But you turned a perfect card to just win
Yeah,
the pot. Guy's got a jack or a 6 and looks you up, so be it.
Yeah,
You've got
so he
outs.
can still get there.
Right.
Doesn't have a jack or 6, just folds. You win a nice one. But yeah, I think that was just a misread. The
4-2
turn.
or something.
Maybe he thought he had trip 6s, like 8-6 of diamonds instead of
Oh,
8-5.
that part was the misread.
That was the mystery. And then look back and
Bucky.
realize, and then miss the flush draw. Who
Clearly
knows?
upset with himself.
Who cares? Moving on. Winter. Just
You guys want to do less
no
than
problem.
10-minute levels.
Sure. No, break.
I need a break.
I'm just gonna take a walk, and however long that takes.
All right.
All right. So they'll take a break. We'll take a break. Before we do, a look at the chip counts. Presented by Global Poker. Brandon Wilson on top. Bucky in need of some help. Can he find it? Find out. Next.
Well, a lot of Taco Bell after the show. I know that much. The rest
Yep.
is
How much do you have?
2,050,000 total.
Okay.
Eight on the turn. As the straight arrives for Sean Winter.
Well, an attempt by Foxen with the King 5 suited. King in his hand is clearly quite nice. However, it's the 10 in Sean Winter's hand that I'd much prefer to have.
Winter does make the call. River 5 of clubs.
Decision time for Foxen. Do you think Winter would ever have called turn with one pair or two pair? He does just shut it down.
Good check back. Big game.
All season long, really.
Yeah,
First playoff game for the
great.
Mavs. Luka's probably fired up.
Yeah, Luka plays for the Lakers.
Yeah. Yeah, but he still supports the Mavs, no?
I do not think he does.
No. Now rooting for him.
But I would be surprised. I think he likes the guys on the team.
He's got to like the city.
Loves the city.
Loves the people.
The fans, the people. There are just a couple people he doesn't like.
Mainly just hates the GM.
Yeah. Wilson 2 4s after Zamani opened to 150K with the A7.
Wilson and Zamani, the only two at this final table who have accumulated chips thus far.
6-3 deuce. Wilson took the gut shot to accompany his pair. Still three-handed at event number 6 of the 2025 U.S. Poker Open. Welcome back to the PokerGO Studio at ARIA Resort Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. There's a look at our final 3. It includes a former U.S. Poker Open Series champion in Sean Winter. The man who will be on top of the series standings, Matthew Wantman, and the man who has the chip lead, Brandon Wilson. Although Winter has the chip lead, doesn't he? Messed that one up. There's a look at the payouts presented by Octopi.
Oh, you were right, man. Don't ever doubt yourself again.
Oh, come on.
Our stat screen was off and threw you for a loop.
I had
You
that all
nailed
planned out and everything.
You don't have to
and I
redo that
nailed
one
it.
in post.
Well, I stopped mid-track. Wasn't great. 100K, 200K, 200K big blind ante. Bucky in for all of it with the ace-4.
How much do you have?
1.1.
Wilson, the queen 10 suited.
I mean, for effectively 5 bigs. Seems like this is good enough to call.
Yeah,
it is.
qualifier.
Yeah.
Million, right?
It's 1.1 total.
Let's make the call. They won't reveal yet as Bucky has a 25K chip
Yeah.
behind. Nine, seven, four.
Gotcha.
One spade. Deuce of spades. 2 spades now. River 3 and Bucky will just about double up. Matthew Wantman back up to 2.5 million. He just does not go quietly into the night.
Bucky's back. Back to 12 bigs.
What's the short stack when there were 5 left? The short stack when there were 4 left? The short stack when there were 3 left?
Well, as long as he's the short stack when there's 2 left, he can win the tournament.
That's right. Ace Queen suited for Winter.
1 second.
Had to put on the shades first. There we go.
Raise to 400. Time extension.
There it is for Sean Winter. 4 U.S. Poker Open tournament titles on his resume. Trailing only Stephen Chidwick and David Peters. Both of them have 5. 11 players have 2 or more USPO titles, including Matthew Watman. Threes for Wilson on the button. Into the muck. And Bucky with the birds. We've seen the value of the low pocket pairs really diminish over these last few years. Good news for Wilson that that one went into the muck. Bucky just calls with the aces.
Setting the trap is Bucky.
Winter flops a pair of 10s.
It's amazing. Time and time again, whenever Watman has needed a hand or a spot, he seems to just get it. That ace-king suited earlier in a huge spot after he really hadn't played any pots.
Yeah. This spot has turned a bit uglier after that turn card. We can see ace is still comfortably in front. Reduce.
I don't think he could have won any more chips.
Right.
That all that being said, Brandon Wilson's just open muck, 3-handed on the button with pocket 3s. That is tremendous.
Very important.
I think a lot of players would see a pocket pair 3-handed, maybe just open rip all in, you know, attack, max pressure, or even just a raise and give up chips. But that was theoretical, showing where the studying really comes into effect.
Creative way to check from Winter. He will not win that pot.
Hoping you had kings.
I think you probably hope I have like ace-6.
It just would have been funny if you had kings.
How much do you have, Sean?
4-6.
4-6, me too. Well, 4-7.
I think he's a little off there, but maybe not including the blinds and antes.
Jack
Free
high
roll.
3 all spades winner and the 9 of spades in hand. Makes the flush.
Vinny, when are the Poker Masters? They're this fall, Vinny. TBD.
See you in
Probably
September, Vinny.
September, October.
Fair point by LT Barron in the chat. You know we're struggling for content when a check is a highlight. Yep. Been a little slow last couple hours. Winter, the oh-so-slight chip leader. Wilson 2 10s.
$500.
Raise to 500.
That's just 4. Whatever.
It's fine.
Raising and winning.
Can you stack in 20s, please? Thank you.
Getting a little feisty.
Yeah. We haven't had a real brawl yet this USBO. That would be nice.
Yeah, you want these guys to slug it out?
Yeah. Bucky jams the ace to
76ers.
suited. Wince. It's at 2.5 million. There are not that many chips on the table, about 60 big blinds.
All right, so this probably only lasts another 3-4 hours?
Yeah, probably so. We saw Nacho Barbero outside. I asked him if he had action on the NBA games tonight because, you know, it's a game and it's Nacho.
650.
He said no. He asked me who I liked. I'm like, you know, I like the Hawks. +5. Now the game was already going. They were already up 15-14. I had them first to 15. Also, don't mean to brag. Hawks are down 32-17 at the end of the first. Very sharp.
Wow, that is
It's a nice
really
tip.
nice bet you made.
It's great advice.
So did he jump on board and
I
live
hope
bet
not.
it with you?
I hope not.
All in.
Wilson jams, Wilson wins. Remember to check out Octopi, octopipoker.ai. Take advantage of this last chance pricing before that pricing goes up for the new annual subscriptions. The ultimate poker lab for everyone, casual player, elite player. A lot of these players are using Octopi. You can use it as well. They're pretty cheap. I encourage it. Check it out.
All in.
Pedal to the metal. Wilson looks for his first U.S. Poker Open title. Deuce.
That 250?
Wilson just earning it there.
Winter ace 10.
One 1.6.
Time extension. Raise a 1.6.
King 7, Bucky, small blind, 8 bigs.
1.625.
Ah, where did you have ace 7?
Winter, King Jack.
Yeah.
Makes the call, and here we go. Bucky's tournament life on the line.
You nailed it.
A hand that the whole field should be very interested in, considering series championship ramifications.
They're all up on their feet.
Queen 10 deuce, Bucky in dire need of a 7.
Choppy choppy?
Possible.
possible. Or how about a 7
Not
on the
possible.
turn?
How does he hit that? Oh my goodness.
Now the 3-1 favorite, Winter, 11 ounce. You see on top of your screen, Ace Jack 9 to get us down to heads up. But the river is a 10. Bucky finds a way.
Oh, you hit a 7.
Sevens have always been a spooky card for Winter, too.
That's right.
They follow him around. He sees him on every flop. He calls it out. He'll see random things while driving, always including sevens. Seemingly, sevens haunt him.
You have space for that eagle? Or no?
All the space. Too much space. You have 2-4?
I don't know.
How many do you have in your hand?
I have 2, 4, 7, 5. You?
3, 4,
What'd I
5.
just pay you?
3, 4, 50. 1, 6, 2, 5.
All in.
All of it. Winner. Wilson has really set the tone.
49.
Seems like he's just been in complete control.
Six, 7.
You gotta teach me this wire-to-wire shit, Brandon. I'll pay you big dollars. Big, big.
Raise to 400.
Did you see that?
Ace-6 off for Winter.
Just calling.
Oh,
Off
interesting.
his 11 bigs.
Jack 4-3 and Wilson flops top pair. Turn another 4.
Wilson undeterred by that 4. It doesn't think that Sean Winter has trips. This is really something else from Brandon Wilson. And this perhaps could get Sean Winter in trouble, thinking that ace high is good, having not ripped it in pre, facing a bet on the flop and again now on the turn.
Time extension used for an additional 30 seconds to act. And what has morphed into a pretty strange hand overall.
Eight, 9 off. I have an 8
to go.
Queen 8 off.
Wilson more than 60% of the chips in play. And Wantman peels the aces. Wilson the king 9. Jack 4, 2 clubs. Wilson the gutter.
Yeah, might be enough for Wilson to want to stick around. It is awkward though, with Bucky being so short at 2.5 million with already 1.2 out there. It's 500K, and you see the dilemma. Just not deep enough, but watch Wilson carefully. He has been masterful in these spots. Certainly cannot fault him for throwing in a call here with the straight draw, king of clubs in his hand.
And the 9 of clubs on the turn. 2.2 million in the middle. Bucky is about 2 behind.
What a card.
Check, check, river 6.
must get value, or at least try.
I don't even know.
Oh, the check back.
Did he turn his other black aces? Where you got them, in your sleeve? You still have the king 7 in the other sleeve?
King 7, yeah.
It's over. The USPO is over. Bucky.
Wow.
Bucky. How many hands?
Winter, ace 5 on the button, 7 bigs.
$800.
Most of it, Wilson, ace 8.
Raise.
So 1-4.
Gets it in there.
Yeah.
And I believe Winter just a little bit left behind.
No, he's got a chip.
He said 1-4, right?
A 25K chip remains. Winter basically all in and at risk. And on his feet. Doesn't know yet he's behind.
Oh.
1.4.
Seven, 9, deuce. Check, check. Turn 4, wheel draw there. Check, check, river, jack. Ace 8 is good. And Winter is down to just 25,000 in front of him.
He's
That's
not out.
1/8 of a big blind.
Not out yet, Jeff. You know, anything can happen.
If anybody's going to pull this off, it's Sean Winter. But now it's Wilson in complete control.
Wilson has 70% of the chips in play, and he truly has been masterful, three-handed. Has not struggled to accumulate. Not even sure he's had the better card distribution. He's just found a way to pick these guys apart.
So Winter forced all in the big blind, and Wilson with the ace 5 suited.
All in.
Call.
To just end it right now, Bucky with 2 10s. And here we go.
Could be over.
The three-way all in. The most likely scenario is that we reach heads
I hope
up
I have ace jack, I
with
guess.
Bucky holding the chip lead.
Paint? I'll take that. Paint, paint.
Paint, paint.
I'll take
The
it.
oh so rare three-way all in at the end of a tournament.
Okay.
Wow.
King, queen, ace, deuce, deuce. You'll take that. and then I can get you. I do the comeback on you, and let you see how
Well,
it feels.
King, queen, ace, deuce, deuce means aces and deuces beat
When we get heads up,
kings and queens.
I'm gonna do what you did to me.
Yeah.
But let's see.
What do I want? I just want like king, queen, ace, right?
Yep. Deuce.
There's the ace.
Ace in the window.
Okay. Shit, I'm fucked.
And this thing could just be over.
Queen. I don't think it's coming.
10? 10 jack?
I don't think it's coming. That would be cool if it came, but.
But the turn is a 10.
Jack?
That would be something else.
Watman turns Wilson dead.
Winter a hint
That
of
would really be
life.
something else.
But it looks like it's Wantman versus Wilson with Bucky with a huge chip lead.
What a turn for. What are you going to do with that eagle?
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia. This Winter's day is done.
That was actually a reasonable spot.
3.8.
Watman just finds a way. It's incredible.
That ends Sean Winter's day. Out in third, $176,400. 141 points now on the board at the USPO. Might just be Matthew Wantman's series. So take a look at the leaderboard. Presented by Global Poker, Bucky with more than 7.6 million in chips. Brandon Wilson at about 4.6. They're heads up for the title. And more than $382,000. Next. Welcome back to the PokerGO Studio, where we are indeed heads up at the 2025 US Poker Open. Event number 6, a record-setting turnout for a 15K buy-in inside this studio. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. It's Brandon Wilson alongside Matthew Wantman, the leader in the race for the series championship. He's in good shape right now.
Well, 7.6 million. That's good for just shy of 40 bigs, but Brandon Wilson, this kid, 9-1.
9-1?
Heads up, he is a very tough out. When you do have the opportunity to play against him, that's what we're playing for.
Look at the payouts presented by Octopi, winner out in third for more than 176K. And it leaves these two to battle for a first place prize of more than $382,000. 125K, 250K with a 250,000 big blind ante.
$875.
Deuce.
Look at this kid go to work, man. He is surgical. He really is. He's does things on a different level than what we're used to watching. What a start. 5 deuce off and just pouncing on that limp from Wantman.
Good start indeed for Brandon Wilson. Has 5 high roller titles just within the last year. This is his 3rd career US Poker Open cash. Had 2 third place finishes in 2023.
So how many points is Bucky up to now, guaranteed, for the overall series standings?
Guaranteed 512.
Whoa.
Eric Blair's in second with 331.
This feels over. I mean, he's going to have to make a run.
Especially
Blair,
if he wins.
850.
whoever else is trailing him, they absolutely have to final table this event number 7 that's running right now. On the inside, day 1.
And that field needs to be big For a lot of points to be up for grabs.
Wow, it's up to 80 entrants.
Okay.
All right, it is sizable for a 15K.
Watman limps in here. Wilson, Jack 10 suited.
Million.
1 million.
To a milli. Wilson, the ace jack.
Five.
500.
Makes it 500K. And we'll win that one.
Big blanket.
Lucky with ace 4. Looks to become the 4th player in series history to acquire 3 or more tournament titles.
On.
Jams. Wilson has ace king and makes the call. What a spot for Brandon Wilson. If the ace king holds, he takes a significant advantage, heads up.
He knows what a moment this is. Out of his chair. He's this close to having Watman down to crumbs and absolutely on the ropes.
But if Watman does win this, it is indeed his series. 10-6-5, backdoor straight draws become available. Wilson's still in pretty good shape. Turn is a jack, only a 4 will end this tournament. River card is a 6. And Brandon Wilson takes the massive lead in this heads-up match.
Watman down to roughly 7 big blinds.
5, 5, 1, 25.
Does Wilson have any other cashes outside of this final table?
No.
So he's going to need some help at event 7 and 8 to have a chance at the Golden Eagle.
He would win 306 points. It would immediately place him in 4th place.
Yeah, inside the top 5, but has to make one more final table at least. With probably a top 3 finish.
Yeah.
Or probably has to win it.
Yeah, has to win it if that other final table is this next 15K.
I just doubled him up. Yeah. And then I wasn't.
1 point.
1, 2, 1, 5.
5-4 suited.
Calling.
He jams, Jack 9, is it good enough? Yes, it is, and here we go.
Well, he gets it in good. It's a fake coin flip, 60-40 spot.
Bucky would be back up to about 12 bigs. Ace, Queen, 5. Wilson takes the lead, becomes the 3-1 favorite. Picks up a flush draw as well to eliminate an out from Wantman, who needs a jack or a 9 that's not the 9 of diamonds. Or else this thing is over. Brandon Wilson has his first PGT Majors Series title.
GG.
GG indeed. Brandon Wilson gets it done for more than $382,000.
We've called him a rising star on a number of occasions. He's an absolute superstar in the making. Brandon Wilson has done it again. He improves to 10-1 lifetime. Heads up. Incredible.
That is, it's his 6th high roller title within the last year. Quite the showing though once again from Matthew Wantman with that second place finish. Moves to 512 points, about 180 points ahead of the field as we enter our final 2 events. A look at the final results presented by Global Poker. Sean Winter in third, Zamani, Foxen, Coleman, and Elias rounding out this star-studded final table that ends with a Brandon Wilson win, his 3rd PGT title of his career, his 3rd PGT title within the last 3 months. Gets it done, wins the mini Golden Eagle. The big Golden Eagle trophy is still up for grabs. With 2 events remaining, we have one more, 15K, and then the grand finale, the $25,000 buy-in. Thank you all so much for being with us throughout the US Poker Open. For our entire crew, for Brent Hanks, I'm Jeff Platt saying so long from Las Vegas, and we'll see you next time at the USPO. Good night.